just turn down the music here a little bit. There we go. How's everyone doing today? Hello, hello. Actually, I haven't grabbed the book yet even. Let's do that really quick. Here we go. Can we also, you know, just here. Barely see it because I'm gonna be sitting in front of it most of the time, but you know, gotta have a yoimiya. All right, how's it going, guys? How's it going? I don't think I slept like really long, but we're here. We're doing this. I had big trouble falling asleep last night. But it's okay. We're here now. And we're going to be reading a book. In, I don't know, depending on how long we be yapping today. I require sustenance, but not eating gives the brain some extra space to think. I don't need food. I don't need sleep. I need answers. Oh my god. But sleep is also important. Oh my god. I'm just seeing things about like the whole TikTok stuff right now, and it's crazy. Okay. So I want to check something. There we go. Oh my god. Well, also guys, I hope it stays gone. No, it's already back. It's currently back already. Then again, the ban should have only been in the US anyway, not over here, so TikTok should have worked for anybody else outside of the US. But that ban got lifted right now. At least like the negotiations got extended now, so the ban is lifted for now. So we'll see how that will go. But right now it's supposed to be back again. Hey Awayas, how's it going? Oh man. You guys are fucking crazy though. How did we go from like yesterday's stream, right? When we did a little bit of Monster Hunter, a little bit of Genshin, a little bit of Honkai. We went from 447 followers to 453. What the fuck? Why? Why? No, 6. 447, 453, that's 6. What the fuck, guys? Like, hello? I don't know. Enzo in the Discord already talking about a 500 follower celebration stream. I don't even know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just yapping. I'm good at yapping, but that's it. For that we go ham. Oh god, my hair. Yo, should we stay? Should we leave it like this? Trump style. Oh god, no. There we go. Leave it. Nah. That looks so bad. Duh. I need to get a haircut. I need to get a fucking haircut again. Goddamn. What the fuck is up? Hey, Slothy! How are you doing? We're just talking right now. Go chop hair. I will soon. I have to do a lot of like troubleshooting with the PC because some other weird things just like came up with it, and it's so fucking weird. I don't know what's going on. But it's fine, it's working now. Do live PC operation. No, what happened now is after the incident with my internet, because you have to consider I always like unplug and plug my mouse and keyboard from PC to PlayStation and back and forth the entire time. So the weird thing now is the two ports, and like I don't connect my PC and like my mouse and keyboard to the front USB ports because the back of my PC is right to my desk. So I have like the motherboard IO right there, and I just plug everything in, and like all of the like lots and lots of USB slots in the back. So the two slots I used for mouse and keyboard, for some reason they don't work anymore. Like the weirdest thing is when I booted it up today, I pressed the button, it went on, it lit up, like the mouse, keyboard, microphone, everything lit up. And as soon as I booted into Windows, dead silent. I had to use different ports to make it work now. Might be a driver's issue, I don't know. Maybe something corrupted the drivers when the whole internet shebang happened. I don't fucking know what's going on. Maybe if I can find the motivation and the energy for it, maybe sometime next week I will try and like reinstall Windows and do like a fresh clean install and everything on the SSD. So we'll see. Send your stream VOD to your IRL friends, and she gave me good feedback and also loved my dance break. Oh, I loved it too. Absolutely. They're not the only one. Next week. Ooh. Everybody be fucking cool. Okay, I'll try. I just did Duolingo, all my lessons, and a brief home workout while I was doing my leçons de français. Nobody be weird. Me being weird? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm very normal. But yeah, your dance break was great. I definitely, especially you, be normal for once. Wow, I see. Throwing shade now, uh-huh. Wow. Okay. Then we're gonna dance more next week. Oh god, let's go. I don't know if I can handle that. We shall see, I guess. You might have a dead mod after that stream. Just that by. Yeah, who knows? Maybe you have a dead mod after this. If you're gonna be dancing even more. If you die, I'll hire another mod. Okay, so I'm expandable like that. Okay, I see, expendable like that. I guess I see it. I see it. Understandable. Yeah, I know. I get it. I can easily be replaced. I didn't even have an interview. That's the thing. Maybe it's best of the possibilities. I'm sure I'll be fine. No, for that like transport thing, I just asked my family friend because my family friend works there, and my cousin got in there that way too. Oops. What am I doing? And my cousin got in there that way too. So we she just relayed our information to the boss, and then already there was like, yeah, no, right now there wouldn't be the capacity to get more hires, so it's not working out. Like it even like there wasn't even an interview phase or like even like giving out like any other information or resume or something. I literally just got like denied back like there. They have a waiting list though. I don't know. But she did my family friend did tell me that there's another company that's doing like the same thing close by, and I should try it there. So I'll look into that, and maybe I'll try and apply for there as like a helper or something, or I'll find something else in nearby. Who knows? I just feel like having something in like a social environment would be cool. Now that I'm figuring more things out about myself, I think, I mean, I'm enjoying this. Like, streaming is very much a social thing. As much as I also fear like I have like social anxiety and everything, I feel like I could really get out there and help people and do that. Because, I mean, I've always done that. Always love helping people. In any kind of form. Be it gaming advice, be it like other kind of just advice, or, you know, if I can physically help them out. As a rejection, but it's good to get an answer so you can move on. Yeah, exactly. And like, I think so far, if any of my friends had to move, I've always helped out. Even like back, like I had times there where I was so like bad shape physically, like after carrying like 2-3 things upstairs, like 4 flights of stairs or something, I would almost pass out and I'd have to take a break because of just like how fucking exhausted I was and how physically weak I was. I still helped out as much as I could. Like I helped out Shadow move in. Yeah, exactly. Like I helped Shadow move. I helped our other mutual friend move like twice. She did move twice, right? I don't think we helped on the move here, but we helped on the move from here to another place here, and then from here back to them. At least we helped packing everything, and then they had everything sorted over there. We're engaged in trying, yeah. Not freeloading, of course. Nah, we helped out. Obviously, like we had like food and stuff covered and all, but like obviously we're there to help out. We want them to have a smooth move. Even like, sure, I might have been a bit of a, I wouldn't say like a burden, but you know, I couldn't do as much. I still helped out as much as I could. Cause like, why the fuck wouldn't I? They're my friends. We have that energy. We're gonna get shit done, not talk and do nothing all day. Yeah, I don't have to be number one on the leaderboards. Exactly. Like, I helped out with like a lot of like the boxes and the smaller stuff. I couldn't really help much with like the bigger stuff, like the fridges or, you know, like big furniture pieces, but anything helps. We've got it done, so that's all that matters. I've helped out. We've all helped out wherever we could, and it was good. It was a fun time, you know. A bit like, especially the second move when they moved away. Obviously, it was a bit sad and a bit like, I wouldn't like say sad, but like, you definitely had like a melancholic feeling. It was saddening, yeah, because, you know, we've hung out at their place for like 2 years all the time, and then they move away. What about the cashier job nearby? I need to look into that more as well. Also infuriating and random. Yeah, it can be. The amount of times, like they moved like 2 times in the span of like 2 years or something. Like they moved here, moved places here, and then moved back away in like 2 or 3 years. So that was a that was a lot of work. That is exhausting, yeah. I only did that during university. Move every year. I personally, she was and still is like that. Damn. I don't think, no. Personally, I haven't really moved much. We moved once. I want this to go my way kind of type shit. I could see that with her, yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, like, we moved once. And that was mainly out of health reasons. And we didn't move far away. Like, I could literally walk and like just walk half an hour and I'd be at my old house. My old, where? Like, Slothy, we literally walked past it one time. We literally walked past my old house one time when we were in the other area. I think I go in a reading. Be careful though. Snow and rain, it's going to be slippery. Oh, still live on a slope. Oh no, maybe I don't go. Be careful. I know you need the groceries. And I'm sure you can do it, but please be careful. The slope is aggressive. Check if it's snowing tomorrow. Do you not have also like a thing where like people are like basically mandatory? It's mandatory to like shovel the snow on the on like just like the walkway. Because for us, basically here it's mandatory. We take care of that ourselves. We shovel out our walkway to the door and like a little bit of the the passenger's way. And then we also put like a salt mix on there. Yeah, they salt it. Yeah, we shovel it free and then we salt it, and it's usually fine at that point. Also, hey Dark, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. But yeah, I'm sure it's still gonna be messy. It's still gonna be a bit slippery. I would look if it's fine. If you can go, try go today maybe. If not, if you think it's too dangerous, then please don't, and don't hurt yourself. Brain is soup. I'm good. I woke up like 2 hours ago. I got myself a nice coffee. Not coffee, tea. Myself a nice cup of tea already. It's nice and warm and it tastes good. No, bro. Only tater. Yes, couch potato. It's snowing again tomorrow. Oh no. You know, Slothy, if I would be there, no matter what, I would go and get you those groceries. If I fall, it's fine. I got enough cushioning around my body that it won't hurt. I think I'll go tonight to the store. I'll check the sidewalk. You and I both walking a little funny. I do have a little bit of a... I have a little bit of like a permanent limp because of a leg being longer than the other one. Let's go, Slothy. My right leg is just slightly longer. We can waddle around. Like, I actually, I could show that right now, maybe. If I stand up now, if I stand up and stand completely, like, both legs fully straight, you see how I'm, like, slightly slanted? Like, this is me standing completely straight. On both legs fully straight. Like, this would be normal. This is me. Bro is / reincarnated. But yeah, so I have that going for me, I guess. I'm unique. You have more experience limping than I do. I trust you. The weirdest thing. I'm a damaged OC. It's so unique and special. Let's fucking go. You know, I've always had this problem back then as well. I've gotten more used to it, obviously. But if I would walk, my right shoe would always get like used up more because I would always like strafe it on the ground. It would always like hit the ground and kind of like shave itself off a little bit over time. Which is interesting. Yeah, I saw TikTok is back for now. I don't really use TikTok anyway, so It didn't really impact me as much. Oh, it's there's still a few little issues with it, but I'm sure it's gonna be good in a few days again, back and fully running. But I personally never really used it as much, so it didn't impact me as much. And too small brain. Yeah, no, I don't use TikTok. Abandon TikTok, read books. But what about book talk, huh? Okay, we don't talk about that. They have a different kind of interest in books sometimes, it seems. Book talk has a different kind of breed. Plenty of good content on BookTube. I mean, the videos we watched, Slothy, they were definitely interesting content. Their books have holes in them. Not figuratively, or not exactly the book themselves, not physically. Love is love, right? Oh God, no. I don't hear no. We do not condone that here. Not that Alabama kind of stuff. we don't do that here. You guys are crazy. Shadow, you are indeed the chaos. So I was thinking there was this video I wanted to watch the last time before my internet just fully fucking shat itself. I think we'll watch that after the book though. I want to keep it for the book first. I think we do book first and then I'm gonna watch the video. Because like the video can wait. It's just an anime video after all anyway. So it's fine. But I am... I got my motivation to go downstairs and all. You got this, Slothy. I'm very much too excited to continue reading the book than watching the video right now. I'd rather read book than watch video because, oh my fucking God, I want to know what's gonna happen. And we're starting off on a brand new part, not just a chapter, a brand new part now. It'll probably land right. Oh, I'm sure they'll make it to the fortress. But once they are at the fortress, like once they are at the ice court, shit will go down. I can definitely see that. I'm so fucking ready for it though, because it's such a clusterfuck, but it's so good. Perfect, and there'll be no mistakes, no obstacles. Yeah, that's why there's no sequel book, right? And out 2 minutes, like most men. Oh my God. Can't relate. It's only a minute. I mean, what? No, I don't know. when they go shopping. Hey, you know how long we were in that supermarket the other day. Supermarket. That's because I had a sloth. Yeah, sloth slowing you down. I loved it though. It was fun. I'm sad we missed it this week because I had to go to one. And I wanted to go to a different one than last time. Who knows? We have more chances. Yeah, I know. Who knows? Maybe I have to go to one next week as well. Just suddenly it's like, oh, I need to buy this. So let's go there. Because last week I had to buy bread and milk for, or like, well, toast and milk, like sandwich, toast and milk for dinner. Did I make Lily cry yesterday? I don't know. I don't think I was there for the whole thing. I came back and it sounded like she was like sniffing and a bit of crying. So I don't know what happened. I wasn't fully there. I think yesterday was just a lot going on for her because of the TikTok ban and everything. Yeah, I hope she's okay as well. I mean, the platform is back up right now, but apparently what she, Lily still said that, TikTok Studio, which is like the software she uses to, stream on TikTok, is still having issues. But I'm sure she's gonna do fine. Trust she can handle things? Yeah, same. I know she's live on Kick right now. I saw her tweet about it right before I started, when I posted my tweet for the reading stream. I saw that she went live on Kick with some Genshin. Yeah, because like obviously not every platform has the same audience. So there's audience members on the TikTok side that are not on her Kick or Twitch or YouTube or whatever. And like, it sucks missing out on these, and it sucks losing those. Absolutely. I can totally empathize with that. And it's like, sure, some of them could be like, oh yeah, now that TikTok's banned, they're gonna migrate to other platforms, but you're still gonna lose a big chunk of those followers. I'm sure, because like, not everybody's gonna migrate to the same platforms and look for the same people there as well. So there will always be a loss, no matter what. Lots of people must be sad. Yeah, Twitter was going really crazy about it. So many people like downloading all of their videos and then, you know, trying to like start maybe... Like a lot of people, they were like, oh, let's migrate to RedNote, which is like a similar platform, but it's also like a full-on like... It's a Chinese platform. And like I like how they were like, yeah, okay, we're banning TikTok due to China being like, oh, Chinese spyware, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff as well. And if they don't give control to the US, we're banning it. and then they migrate to a platform that is fully operated by Chinese people and by China. I don't think that would make that better. Ironic. Yeah, right? But to be fair, the people there were like not really welcoming as well. They have like a very like tight-knit, full-on Chinese community where like, oh, the majority here speaks Chinese. If you're speaking English, you're gonna be like not that welcome here. And apparently they also just from what I heard, banned most of like LGBT content and stuff. So that didn't really work out for them either. It sucks losing a platform like that, because for a lot of people, it's their career. A lot of people made a career out of TikTok. So losing a platform like that sucks really, really hard. Absolutely. It's hard building up a new audience. I'm sure you could have people like, you could make like one last TikTok before it was down, being like, yo, I'm still live, or like I'm still doing shit here and there. If you still want to watch my shit, go here. But not everybody's gonna go there. You're always gonna lose a part of your audience if a platform goes down, no matter what. But yeah, I don't know. I was thinking at some point I want to start like going on other platforms too, because let's be real, discoverability on Twitch is fucking awful. Making it like getting an audience on Twitch by just doing Twitch live streams is horrible. You kind of need to also do other content, what people refer to as offline content. Yeah, you know, just YouTube videos or like TikToks or YouTube shorts, stuff like that. Grow an audience there and then have them migrate over to Twitch to your live streams. By, I don't know, having like highlight reels or, you know, like clips from your stream on other platforms so people can watch it and find you there. But discoverability on Twitch is awful. That's why, like, me being at 453 followers now after like 2.5 years of streaming, almost 3 years actually of streaming. I think in April it's gonna be like 3 years. It's crazy. I never expected that. Like, sure, I don't upload on other platforms. The karaoke snippets I uploaded, they're unlisted. Like, nobody can find them unless you have the link. Because, I mean, there's also copyrighted stuff in there, and I just don't want that to be on YouTube and get in trouble with that. But, you know, like, I don't have any other way for visibility right now other than Twitch, because I'm still working on my setup and I cannot put all my resources and energy into another platform right now to start growing there as well. A YouTube channel to get the word out there. We could talk about that, Shadow. That'd be cool at some point. I definitely would make a new channel though, that's for sure. My old channel is not for that. But we could work on some things like that, sure. And nothing to do, so definitely have a lot of time for that kind of endeavor. I mean, also it doesn't have to be like really like crazy edited stuff, you know. Obviously. I've always wanted to post clips and stuff. Yeah. I want to start working on that at some point as well, and maybe, you know. My therapist. Yeah, it's hard. There's one. If you see my Instagram, I only have 3 posts and I never share anything. If you see my Twitter, First mod thing, I did, ambitions, yeah. You know, when I if you see my Twitter is either replying to or like joining art raffles of different artists, my reading stream announcement posts, and that's it. I don't really post much on Twitter as well. So I feel that. Absolutely. The more I have confidence in myself and love myself, the less I care about receiving hate. Absolutely. And I mean, you're killing it on the streams already. I fucking love it. And I can't wait to see more. I know, like, I definitely have a lot of, like, funny moments in my streams as well, and just hilarious shit that happens. You couldn't open my Twitter safely anywhere. Mine neither. Absolutely not. If I would share like my browser screen right now and open up Twitter, I'd be banned in like a few seconds. Probably. I won if you open my Twitter, I would wonder where you got it from. I won a few raffles already. My current profile picture on Twitch was an art raffle win. My Discord profile picture was an art raffle win. And the AO emote was also from an art raffle. Oh, and I have a Christmas art. I have a really, really cute Christmas art that I won. I don't think most of you guys actually have seen it because it was like a year ago. Like it wasn't. I had it up on my, I think, birthday stream or like Christmas stream 2023. You shared it with me, yeah. But I think a lot of the newer people in the stream here don't actually know it. So let me see if I can show it up real quick. Just gonna change the book picture real quick. There it is. Done. Yeah, this is the art. This is so cute. Should probably try creating some clips and just for fun. I mean, we have a big backlog of clips on my channel. I mean, sure, they're a bit older, but yeah. The red glasses with the red outfit, yeah. I mean, my Monster Hunter character is wearing red glasses, so it just kind of fit. I love it. It's such a cute art. Let me also just give a shout out then real quick to the artist who made that. If I can find their Twitter handle again real quick. Legit looks so cozy. It does. Oh yeah, I opened up my Twitter. Okay, yeah. Let me see. Was it this one? No, it's not this one. Was it her? No. Burn it all. Oh, it was her, right. Okay. Let me go to their Twitter page. There we go. So, Stay far away from me. Thank you. Social distancing. I definitely need to clean up my Twitter feed. But this is the artist's Twitter handle that made this beautiful, absolutely cute artwork. And I love it. All right. Let me put the book back up here. There we go. Oh. Big. There we go. I didn't play Genshin right away and I ended up chatting with friends. Fuck yeah, let's go. Oh, I just choked on my drink. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Friends almost visited. Ooh, that would be so nice. I'm not always on Twitter. Burn it. I was thinking about deleting it at some point anyway, because like it's going to shit anyway. Yeah, like Shadow, we could think about it, like making maybe like a little YouTube channel for like clips and shorts. I'm totally down to try that out at some point. It's gonna get worse very soon, I'm sure. I'm very much sure it would. It already went down to shitter, but it's gonna get even worse. I literally, like I said, I post about my reading streams there. I'm not even posting about every stream I do. I post about my reading streams, that's it. And I join art raffles and I follow like a lot of artists. And just, you know, have my feed full of art and other content. That's it. I don't engage into like any debates or something. You know, if you try to debate on Twitter, you lost it. You lost it with me. No, I'm not gonna try and do anything like that. Yo, Ben, what's up? Thinking about posting so tiring? Yeah. Just a bubble platform for others to get yeah. Force fit their own echo chambered ideal. It's coming back to them. Exactly. Like, the algorithm just feeds whatever you like. So if you just like the stuff that you want to hear, then you only get to see what you want to hear. Absolutely. Like a few posts and your entire feed is just that. I owe you an apology. What's going on, Ben? What did you do, Ben? Huh? What happened? Yeah, if you try to argue on Twitter, you should not be on the internet. I ended up cutting myself when building a Gundam earlier. Karma, bitch. Karma. Get fucked. Deserved. No, but like, I wouldn't mind. I feel like I would rather do YouTube than, like, sure, TikTok is back right now, but I'd rather do YouTube than TikTok or something. YouTube Shorts and just YouTube in general, I feel like could work better for me than TikTok or Instagram Reels or something like that. Now, guys, we're going to Vimeo. Fuck yeah. Being off the internet is better for my mental health. Yeah, no, absolutely. I cannot agree more. Fucking. Yeah, we'll do YouTube. I mean, most of the times what I'm code your own place to do shit, right? Like most of the things I just do online is I talk to my friends. I scroll through Twitter from time to time to see like the artist posts that I follow and see all the cute stuff there. And then I just watch like gameplay videos or talk to friends. That's it. Or, you know, stream like I am right now. Like, I use the internet for this. Socializing with you guys through streaming. Because it's fun. I love doing that. Streaming is a lot of fun. And it's been so much more fun recently. I don't know what it is, but like the last good like half year to a year almost now has been so fucking fun in streaming. I've had my ups and downs with it. There were times where I was like really down and really demotivated and was thinking about stopping. Because of just, I don't know, a lot of things happened. But right now, I could not think about stopping. Like, I joked about it being like, oh, I'm going to delete my channel and all that, but like, no. I'm enjoying this too much. I'm enjoying this so much right now, and I love doing it. And having you guys here just makes it even better. Because that is the reason I do it for you all. I love doing it. I love playing the games. And I love talking to you. Lately, anyways, yeah. I started out like really enjoying it as well, but I definitely had like a long phase, or like a good phase for a while, where I feel like you could tell that like I wasn't having as much fun with it anymore as I had before. But nowadays, I couldn't think of anything better right now. Absolutely, I'm loving it. You guys are amazing. You're the ones that make this possible. Not the fish. Not the fish. I mean, you can hit me with it. It's fine, Slothy. Go ahead. But no, it's been a blast. I also just to suffice this. In real life, I'm not sure, but in Monster Hunter, there's fish dual blades, and in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, there was a fish sword. That's where the fish meme originally came from. Freeze the fish, then yes. Maybe. But it's, only while it's frozen. If it starts thawing, then... I mean, you could still slap people. How hard you gotta slap someone with the fish? Just like out of the water, you know, you just grab the fish bare hands out of the water, just slap someone across the face. Obviously, like freezing the fish would definitely help and probably hurt more. A very good bludgeoning weapon, I could imagine, even if just for a short moment. Generate energy to slap people so hard that the energy transfer is enough to instantly cook it. How hard do you have to slap a chicken to cook it? Getting slapped with a fish hurts. My ass is made of chicken. You want me to slap your ass, Slothy? I'm down. I'll help you out. I'll help you figuring that out. Cook it. I'll help you figure it out. How many slaps it needs and how hard. I'm down. We can run some experiments. All right. You're great, Salothy. Don't change. Only increase my ass volume, not my voice volume. We shall see. But yeah, it's I love doing this. And I'm still so shocked. And like even my family members, because like my parents and like my family knows I'm streaming, and you know, if I get an audience, fine. Like one of my cousins was streaming for a bit as well on YouTube and all that. But the fact that we can do book reading streams and we still get an audience, I never expected that. Like, hello? I'm literally just sitting here reading a book, not playing anything, nothing exciting is happening on the screen, it's just a book. Like, I never expected that to work on Twitch. Sure, it's not like the craziest audience, but I'm enjoying this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have finished 5 books already. And we're on the 6th, and there's 2 more in the backlog that I'm thinking about. Like, this is crazy. It's like a book club, yeah. Like a reading party. Like, I don't get it. Yeah, I know guys, you like my voice and everything. I still cannot get used to my voice. So in some way, I still don't get why you guys enjoy it as much, because I couldn't stand listening to myself like that. But I mean, hey, I'm having fun. The books are great. You guys are enjoying it. So we'll keep doing it. I mean, I know you like my voice, Slothy. I just don't know why. I don't hear it myself being like, what's so good about my voice? But oh well. It's fucking phenomenal. It's so good. Yeah. Asking that for rhetoric, or you want an answer to that? I am not sure at this point anymore, Shadow. I've been asking myself this the entire time. Well, yeah, I mean, the book is fucking great. If it weren't for such engaging books that we're reading, I don't think it would be as good as it is. If I would be sitting here, I don't know, and read like, I don't fucking know. Stop wasting your energy being a hater, please. Your voice is the tool. Yeah, like, without... Again, if the book wouldn't be good... If the book wouldn't be good, then I feel like these streams would not do as well. Because, like, the book does a lot of heavy lifting. I'm just reading the words another person wrote, you know? I'm just reading words. If the words aren't good, why would people listen to those words? No matter who's reading them. Perfection, that's a big thing. Yeah, and I know, like, there's a lot of people out there that have a thing for voices. And I'm not gonna lie, there are certain, like, accents and voices that I really enjoy as well. So it's not like you guys are the only one. Lost my 50-50 in Honkai and got E2 welt. Rip. Like, obviously I have certain preferences as well, where like a certain tone of voice or a certain like kind of voice I really enjoy. And accents as well. Accent could be a huge thing for me too. Commentary personality, watching someone else have fun, keeping me company while home. Yeah, all ads. All ads up, yeah. I feel that thing for voices. There's just certain voices that are just really nice. Like, I could listen to Slothy all day. Voice alone isn't everything. Yeah, that's true. It's also like what is being said and everything. I will now only make fart noises with my mouth. I would probably still enjoy listening to that. Because it's you. I enjoy spending time with you, no matter what. Still don't lurk him. Makes sense, yeah. It's mostly about vibes. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Like, obviously, voice isn't going to be like a make or break for me either. But, you know, if I vibe with the person and we get along and I do also enjoy the voice, that's just a bonus. It's not everything, obviously. Most of the time, like, I couldn't care less about what people sound like. It's about what they talk about. Still love Lily. Yeah, I mean, that's totally valid, Slothy. That's totally valid. Not everything has to like vibe with you. And you can still have a connection with somebody and still enjoy their company and talk to them. It's not like you have to be plays games often that I don't want to play. Connects as well though. So yeah. So I don't understand the commentary. Yeah. And like, sure, I play games as well sometimes that you don't play or you don't want to play, but I also try and make it more accessible, I would say, for people. And also, if it's a game I already know, I can also, like, you know, just have play like in the background and chat with you guys about other things and kind of just like autopilot that shit. If you play a scary game, I don't watch either. That's fine. Yeah, no, if scary games aren't for you, I don't expect you to be here all the time anyway. Like, you're your own person. You got other things to do. If you need to do other things, if you need to, you know, take time for yourself, or you want to hang out with somebody else, I'm not going to force you to stay here or anything or in any way. So if you need to, if the content, if the game I'm playing is not for you, then it's just not for you. And I know how you are with scary games. So that is absolutely, totally valid and understandable. I feel like there has been a big phase where like I didn't really enjoy much horror and like scary stuff myself. I barely watch like horror movies or anything, but I kind of started more once I started playing DBD for a while, because like, you know, big horror icons and everything. So I was like, I'm kind of curious where they come from. So I watched a few of the older movies. I don't mind horror games as much nowadays, but I'd say it's not my favorite genre. I wouldn't just like play horror games every day, all day. But you know, every once in a while, and maybe for like Halloween, you know, it's Halloween spooky season. Maybe I'll do like a spooky game on Halloween. But I'm not gonna focus my content around that. That's not what I want to do. Like riddle kind of games. I do enjoy like games with puzzles. Yeah, exactly. Halloween is an occasion, yeah. But like, Civ isn't really for me. There's no way for me to win right now. I mean, if the game, I know it's like a very complicated game. I've never played any Civ game. I need to put hours of research and learning. If I don't want to do that, then it's fine too. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'll enjoy this co-op. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't have to grind that game yourself and get good at it and play it. If you just enjoy it as like a social thing with your sister, just play it when you play with your sister and you just have a fun time together, that's totally fine. That's what games should be for. Just enjoy them. I would say it's going to be the same with like if we continue playing Stardew. Like, I'm only going to play Stardew with in co-op. I'm not going to play it by myself. It's a game I feel like that I enjoy more with other people around. If it's you, I'm going to be playing with Slothy or Rose again, or I don't know. I don't think I enjoy it enough. Yeah, no, it's the company that makes it for me. That is a huge part for me in gaming in general. For me, gaming is a very much, even single player games, gaming for me in general is a very social thing for me. Which is one of the reasons why I started streaming, because like even single player games, I love talking about when I'm going through it. Like I did it in like PlayStation parties and voice chats before I would play a single player game where I talk to people and talk about the game, or like share my screen and let them watch me and stuff. So like, I was like, I could do the same on stream, play the games, like play those stories on stream and have the chat talk with me about the game and stuff, you know? For me, gaming in general is a very, very much big social thing. Very shit like Talos Principle and stuff. Ooh. BioShock. I think I have one of the BioShocks on PlayStation. I'm not sure. Do you have Oxenfree Digital? The first one? Yeah. Think so. I don't have Oxenfree 2. I just bought Oxenfree 2. Ooh, I need to grab that from you. Fuck yeah, Oxenfree 2 is so good. Oxenfree was so good. But yeah, like, gaming for me is a very much big social thing. I do not like playing games alone a lot. Like the only thing right now that I play alone when like there's nobody to talk to is Fortnite rhythm game. That's basically it. Genshin, Honkai, any of the other games I play, Monster Hunter, I don't play solo right now. We got all BioShock for free 1 month. Yeah, I think I have that. BioShock 2 is your favorite? Fuck yeah. So I'm just enjoying this. Oh god. I really like Genshin. Civ was a bit of a palate cleanser. I can see that, yeah. And like, even if you don't enjoy Genshin anymore, it doesn't mean like you don't, like, I don't know. Gaming isn't like a necessity. Again, I just enjoy it as a social aspect. I don't think if I wouldn't have like people to talk or like the stream and all that, I wouldn't game as much. Actually, there has been days where like nobody really was online and I wasn't playing with anybody, that all day I would just do like other things, like watch videos or something, or, you know, go out. But yeah, I don't game a lot on my own, completely by myself. I just can't. But guys, I think we've been yapping for so fucking long again. Oh my god. This really is just turning into a yapathon in the beginning before we start with the book. So much yapping, so much talking before we even start with the book. What time? How long have we been? Next Sunday, no book, but yapathon. At this point, I could see that. There we go. We've been live for almost 1.5 hours. And we haven't even started. So, I guess, guys, it's time to finally start with the book. And we are at part 4, The Trick to Falling, which starts out with Inej. Oh my god, I'm so glad that she's actually like somewhat okay, I guess. She's not dead. She ain't dead. Half okay, half dead. Yeah. All right. Shall we get started? Should I just read the book like that the entire time? Like in this kind of voice? Oh my god. Imagine. Shtunya? No, I'm not gonna do that. No. But I can go like this for the entire stream, maybe. Oh god, no. I'm not going to. Do a little bassy. No. I'm still a little bit busy here. Hey, no worries, Oasis. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you being here. In base. Voice brightness, infinite void. Alright. We shall start with the book now. Alright. Inej felt like she and Cass had become twin soldiers marching on, pretending they were fine, hiding their wounds and bruises from the rest of the crew. It took 2 more days of travel to reach the cliffs that overlooked Gerholm, but the going was easier as they moved south and toward the coast. The weather warmed, the ground thawed, and she began to see signs of spring. Inej had thought Gerholm would look like Catadum, a canvas of black, gray, and brown, tangled streets dense with mist and coal smoke, ships of every kind in the harbor, pulsing with the rush of bus and bustle of trade. Gerholm's harbor was crowded with ships, but its tidy streets marched to the water in orderly fashion, and the houses were painted such colors, red, blue, yellow, pink, as if in defiance of the wild white land in the long winters this far north. Even the warehouses by the quay were wrought in cheerful colors. Oh my god. It looked the way she'd imagined cities as a child. Everything candy-hued and in its proper place. Was the Farrowland already waiting at the docks, snuck in its berth, flying its Kirch flag in the distinctive orange and green particolor of the Hanrat Bay Company? If the plan went the way Cass hoped, tomorrow night they would stroll down the Gerholm Quay with Boyo Bayur and Tao, hop on their ship, and be far out of the sea before anyone in Fjarda was the wiser. She preferred not to think of what tomorrow night might look like if the plan went wrong. Inej glanced up to where the ice court stood like a great white sentinel on a massive cliff overlooking the harbor. Matthias had called the cliffs unscalable, and Inej had to admit that they would present a challenge even for the Wraith. They seemed impossibly high, and from a distance, their white lime surface looked clean and bright as ice. "Cannon," said Jesper. Cass squinted up at the big guns pointed out at the bay. "We've broken into banks, warehouses, mansions, museums, vaults, a rare book library, and once the bedchamber of a visiting Kalish diplomat whose wife had a passion for emeralds. But I've never had a cannon shot at me." "There's something to be said for novelty," offered Jesper. Inej pressed her lips together. "Hopefully it won't come to that." "Those guns are there to stop invading armadas," Jesper said confidently. "Good luck hitting a skinny little schooner cutting through the ways bound for fortune and glory. I'll quote you on that when a cannonball lands in my lap, said Nina. They slipped easily into the traffic of travelers and traders where the cliff road met the northern road that led to Upper Geoholm. The upper town was a rambling extension of the city below, a sprawling collection of shops, markets, and inns that served the guards and staff who worked at the ice court as well as visitors. Luckily, the crowds were heavy and motley enough that one or more group of foreigners could go unnoticed, and Inej found herself breathing a bit easier. She'd worried that she and Jesper might be dangerously conspicuous in the Fjordan capital sea of blondes. Maybe the crew from the Shu Han was relying on the jumbled crowd for cover too. Signs of Ringskala celebrations were everywhere. The shops had created elaborate displays of pepper cookies baked in the shape of wolves, some hanging like ornaments from large twisting trees, and the bridge spanning the river gorge had been festooned with ribbons in Fjordan silver. One way into the ice court and one way out. Would they cross this bridge as visitors tomorrow? What are they? Wylan asked, pausing in front of a peddler's cart laden with wreaths made of the same twisting branches and silver ribbons. Ash trees, replied Matthias. Sacred to Djel. There's supposed to be one in the middle of the White Island, said Nina, ignoring the warning look the Fjardan cast her. It's where the Driskella gather for the listening ceremony. Cass tapped his walking stick on the ground. Why is this the first I'm hearing of it? The ash is sustained by the spirit of Djel, said Matthias. It's where we may best hear his voice. Kaz's eyes flickered. Not what I asked. Why isn't it on our plans? Because it's the holiest place in all of Fjorda and not essential to our mission. I say what's essential. Anything else you decided to leave on your great wisdom? The ice court is a vast structure, Matthias said, turning away. I can't label every crack and corner. Well then, let's hope nothing lurks in those corners, Kaz replied. Upper Geoholm had no real center, but the bulk of its taverns, inns, and market stalls were clustered around the base of the hill leading to the ice court. Kaz steered them seemingly aimlessly through the streets until he found a run-down tavern called the Gestinj. Here? Jasper complained, peering into the dark main room. The whole place stank of garlic and fish. Cass gave a significant glance upward and said, Terrace. What's a Gestinj? Inej wondered aloud. It means paradise, said Matthias. Even he looked skeptical. Nina helped secure them a table on the tavern's rooftop terrace. It was mostly empty, the weather still too cold to attract many patrons. Or maybe they'd been scared away by the food. Herring and rancid oil, stale black bread, and some kind of butter that looked distinctly mossy. Ugh. Yeah, I would not want to go there either. I mean, I'm not a big fish guy in general, so the herring alone would already, But that's besides the point. Jesper looked down at his plate and moaned. Cass, if you want me dead, I prefer a bullet to poison. Nina scrunched her nose. I don't want to eat. You know there's a problem. We're here for the view, not the food. From their table, they had a clear, if distant view of the ice court's outer gate and the first guardhouse. It was built into a white arch formed by two monumental stone wolves on their hind legs and spanned the road leading up the hill to the court. Inej and the others watched the traffic come and go through the gates as they picked their lunches, waiting for a sign of the prison wagons. Inej's appetite had finally returned, and she'd been eating as much as possible to build her strength. But the skin atop the soup she'd ordered wasn't helping. What? Ah yes, I like my skin. I like my soup with skin. Yummy. Edible soup. Chewy soup. There was no coffee to be had, so they ordered tea and little glasses of clear brennivin that burned going down but helped to keep warm as the wind picked up, stirring the silvery ribbons tied to the ash boughs lining the street below. We're going to start looking conspicuous soon, Nina said. This isn't the kind of place people like to linger. Hottie, you're a hottie, Rose. Stop it. How are you doing? Maybe they don't have anyone to take to jail, suggested Wylan. There's always someone to take to jail, Cass replied, then bobbed his chin toward the road. Look. A boxy wagon was rolling to a stop at the guardhouse. Its roof and high sides were covered in black canvas, and was drawn by 4 stout horses. The door at the back was heavy iron, bolted and padlocked. Cass reached into his coat pocket. Here, he said, and handed Jesper a slender book with an elaborate cover. This more haughty sloth can agree with me. Nah, you guys are way hotter. The chat is so hot. Like, goddamn. Are we going to read to each other? Just flip it open to the back. Jesper opened the book and peered on the last page, puzzled. So? Hold it up so we don't have to look at your ugly face. My face is character. Besides, oh. An excellent read, isn't it? Who knew I had a taste for literature? Jesper passed it to Wylan, who took it tentatively. What does it say? Just look, said Jesper. Wylan frowned and held it up. Then he grinned. Where did you get this? Matthias had his turn and released a surprised grunt. It's called a backless book, said Cass as Inej took the volume from Nina and held it up. The pages were full of ordinary sermons, but the ornate back cover hid 2 lenses that acted as a long glass. Cass had told her to keep an eye out for women using similarly made mirrored compacts at the Crow Club. They could read the hand a player was holding from across the room and signal to a partner at the table. Clever, Inej remarked as she peered through. To the barmaid and other patrons on the terrace, it looked like they were handing a book around, discussing some interesting passage. Instead, Inej had a close view of the gatehouse and the wagon parked in front of it. The gate between the rampant wolves was wrought iron, bearing the symbol of the sacred ash and bordered by a high spiked fence that circled the ice court's grounds. I'm doing my Wika story quest right now. That one was so good. And again, guys, you're the hotties here. The chat is so fucking hot. Like, goddamn. It's really good. I know. I've already played it. It's really fun. It's only as hot as the streamer. No, you guys are hotter. By far. The gate between the rampant wolves was wrought iron, bearing the symbol of the sacred ash and bordered by a high spiked fence that circled the ice court's grounds. 4 guards, she noted, just as Matthias had said. 2 were stationed on each side of the gatehouse, and one of them was chatting with the driver of the prison wagon, who handed him a packet of documents. "To the first line of defense," Matthias said. "They check paperwork and confirm identities, flag anyone they think requires closer scrutiny. By this time tomorrow, the line going through the gates will be full of Fringskalla guests and backed up all the way to the gorge." "By then we'll be inside," Cass said. "How often do the wagons run?" asked Jesper. "It depends," said Matthias. "Usually in the morning. Sometimes in the afternoon, but I can't imagine they want prisoners arriving at the same time as guests." "Then we have to be on the early wagon," Cass said. Inej lifted the backless book up. The wagon driver wore a gray uniform similar to the ones worn by the guards at the gate, but absent any sash or decoration. He swung down from his seat and came around to unlock the iron door. "Saints," Inej said as the door swung open. 10 prisoners were seated along the benches that ran the wagon's length, their wrists and feet shackled, black socks over their heads. "I'm on a long bike ride." "Oh, you're at that part." Yeah, that part was so good. Damn, then you're... I think you're almost done? Inej handed the book back to Matthias, and as it made the rounds, Inej left the group's apprehension rise. Only Cass seemed unfazed. "Hooded, chained, and shackled?" said Jesper. "You're sure we can't go in as entertainers? I hear Wylan really kills it on the flute." "We go in as we are," said Cass. "As criminals." Nina peered through the lenses of the book. "They're doing a head count." Matthias nodded. "If procedure hasn't changed, they do a quick head count at the first checkpoint, then a second count at the next checkpoint, where they'll search the interior and undercarriage for any contraband." Nina passed the book to Inej. "The driver is going to notice 6 more prisoners when he opens the door." "If only I thought of that," Cass said dryly. "I can tell you've never picked a pocket." "And I can tell you've never given enough thought to your haircut." Hey yo, Nina throwing shade at Cass's hair. What? Cass frowned and ran a self-conscious hand along the side of his head. "There's nothing wrong with my haircut that can't be fixed by 4 million Kruger." Jesper cocked his head to one side, gray eyes alight. "We're going to use a bunk biscuit, aren't we?" "Exactly." "I don't know that word. Bunk biscuit," said Matthias, running the syllables together. Nina gave Cass a sour look. "Neither do I. We're not as streetwise as you, dirty hands." "Nor will you ever be," Cass said easily. "Remember our friend Mark?" Wylan winced. "Let's say the Mark is a tourist walking through the barrel. He's heard it's a good place to get rolled, so he keeps patting his wallet, making sure it's there, congratulating himself on how alert and cautious he's being. No fool he. Of course, every time he pats his back pocket or the front of his coat, what is he doing? He's telling every thief on the staff exactly where he keeps his scrub." "Saints," grumbled Nina. "I've probably done that." Everyone does, said Inesh. Jesper lifted a brow. Not everyone. That's only because you never have anything in your wallet, Nina shot back. Mean? Factual. Facts are for the unimaginative, Jesper said with a dismissive wave. Now, a bad thief, continued Cass, one who doesn't know his way around, just makes the grab and tries to run for it. Good way to get pinched by the stopwatch. But a proper thief, like myself, nabs the wallet and puts something else in its place. A biscuit? Bunk biscuit is just a name. It can be a rock, a bar of soap, even an old roll if it's the right size. A proper thief can tell the weight of a wallet just by the way it changes the hang of a man's coat. He makes the switch, and the poor Mark keeps tapping his pocket, happy as can be. It's not until he tries to pay for an omelet or lay his steak at the table that he realizes he's been done for a sucker. By then, the thief is someplace safe, counting up his scrub. Wyland shifted unhappily in his chair. Duping innocent people isn't something to be proud of. It is if you do it well. Cass gave a nod to the prison wagon, now rumbling its way up the road toward the ice cord and the second checkpoint. We are going to be the biscuit. Hold on, said Nina. The door locks on the outside. How do we get in and get the door locked again? That's only a problem if you don't have a proper thief. Leave the locks to me. Jesper stretched out his long legs. So we have to unlock, unchain and incapacitate 6 prisoners, take their places, and somehow get the wagon sealed tight again without the guards or the other prisoners being the wiser? That's right. Any other impossible feats you'd like us to accomplish? The barest smile flickered over Cass's lips. I'll make you a list. That is such a fucking crazy plan. What the fuck, Cass? Yeah, this is totally going well. Uh-huh. Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely. I can definitely see everything going down smooth and easy. Totally nothing bad is gonna happen. This plan is gonna go smooth. Proper thievery aside, Inesh would have liked a proper night's sleep in a proper bed. But there would be no comfortable stay at an inn. Not if they were going to find their way onto a prison wagon and into the ice court before Hringskella began. There was too much to do. Nina was sent out to chat up the locals and try to discover the best place to lay their ambush for the wagon. After the horrors of Gestinge's herring, they demanded Cass provide something edible, and were waiting for Nina in a crowded bakery, nursing hot cups of coffee mixed with chocolate. The wreckage of demolished rolls and cookies spread out over the table in little piles of buttery crumbs. Inesh noted that Matthias's mug sat untouched before him, slowly cooling as he stared out the window. This must be hard for you, she said quietly. To be here but not really be home. He looked down at his cup. You have no idea. I think I do. I haven't seen my home in a long time. Cass turned away and began chatting with Jesper. He seemed to do that whenever she mentioned going back to Rafka. Of course, Inesh couldn't be certain she'd find her parents there. Su Li were travelers. For them, home really just meant family. Are you worried about Nina out there? Inesh asked. No. She's very good at this, you know. She's a natural actress. I'm aware, he said grimly. She can be anything to anyone. She's best when she's Nina. And who's that? I suspect you know better than any of us. He crossed his huge arms. She's brave, he said grudgingly. And funny. Foolish. Every last thing needn't be a joke. Bold, Ines said. Loud. So why do your eyes keep searching the crowd for her? They do not, Matthias protested. She had to laugh at the ferocity of his scowl. He drew a finger through a pile of crumbs. Nina is everything you say. It's too much. Ines murmured, taking a sip from her mug. Maybe you're just not enough. Before he could reply, the bell on the bakery door jingled and Nina sailed inside, cheeks rosy, brown hair in a gorgeous tangle, and declared, "Someone needs to start feeding me sweet rolls immediately." For all of Matthias's grumbling, Ines didn't think she imagined the relief on his face. Oh my god, Ines knows! I mean, at this point, like, the way they act, it's like, who the fuck doesn't see that? Who the fuck doesn't know that? It had taken Nina less than an hour to discover that most of the prison wagons passed by a roadhouse known as the Warden's Way Station on the route to the Ice Court. Done my week of story quests, let's go. How did you like it? Ines and the others had to trek almost 2 miles out of Upper Gerholm to locate the tavern. It was too crowded with farmers and local laborers to be useful. Liked it a lot, very happy. Let's go. I really liked it too. The part when like you're alone with Mawika and that other person I'm not gonna spoil. That was insane. Hey Lily, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day today. So they headed farther up the road, and by the time they found a spot with enough cover and a stand of trees large enough to suit their purpose, Ines felt close to collapse. She thanked her saints for Jesper's seemingly limitless energy. He cheerfully volunteered to continue on and be the lookout. When the prison cart rolled by, he'd signaled the rest of the crew with a flare, then sprint back to join them. Nina took a few minutes to tailor Jesper's forearm, hiding the Dreg's tattoo and leaving a blotchy patch of skin over it. Been an interesting week. I know, it's been like all over the place. Also, I thought Kenichi's strong of body and mind because Ahau harasses and belittles him. He's training every day. Poor man just has to deal with Ahau constantly. It's so... I could not. I mean, I like the fact that like he's just like snipping and like flicking Ahau away more now, or like, you know, putting him in boxes and shit. But like, imagine having to deal with Ahau every fucking day. I could not. Setting hot girl boundaries, abso-fucking-lutely. We love that. She would see to Kaz's tattoos on her own that night. It was possible no one at the prison would recognize Ketterdam gang or brothel markings, but there was no reason to take the chance. All the hot girls are mentally deranged. Oh my god. I guess I'm a hot girl then too. No mourners, Jesper called as he loped off into the twilight. Long legs eating up the distance easily. Yeah, I like I like Kinich and his story and his character. I don't like his playstyle, but I like him as a character. But Ahau is a different story. Fuck Ahau. I did like though in the Archon quest the whole thing with Ahau and that like the baby Kukusaur. I would have loved to see the entire argument go down. I would have loved to see that. You know, Ahau just going on about him being like the almighty dragon lord, and then, no way, bro. And it just ticks off Ahau. One spouse, the devil incarnate. All right. No funerals, they replied. Inej sent a real prayer along with them too. She knew Jesper was well armed and could take care of himself, but between his lanky frame and Zemeni skin, he was just too noticeable for comfort. They camped in a dry gully bordered by a tangle of shrubs, and took shifts dozing on the hard rock ground and keeping watch. Despite her fatigue, Inej hadn't thought she would be able to sleep, but the next thing she knew, the sun was high above them, a bright pocket of glare in an overcast sky. The bro just knows. Bros don't suppose, because bros just knows, right? I love Ito as a character as well, in some way. He's just like typical, like, lovable, dumb idiot. It had to be past noon. Nina was beside her with a piece of one of the pepper wolf cookies she'd bought in Upper Joholm. Inej saw that someone had made a low fire, and the sticky remnants of a block of melted paraffin were visible in its ashes. Also a lovable dumb idiot. I wouldn't set him on anyone. I mean, I am too, to be fair. Where are the others? She asked, looking around the empty gully. In the road. Cass said we should let you sleep. Inej rubbed her eyes. Sadly, I have a type. Oh my god. At least I have some better understandings of things than he does. Or he had. A sudden crackling snap, snap, snap from the road had her on her feet with knives drawn in seconds. At least I'm in therapy. Changing my type if you can't tell. That's good. Easy, Nina said. It's just Wylan. Jesper must have already raised the signal. Inej took the cookie from Nina and hurried up to where Kaz and Matthias were watching Wylan fuss with something at the base of a thick red fur. Another series of pops sounded, and tiny puffs of white smoke burst from the tree's trunk where it met the ground. For a moment, it looked like nothing would happen. Then, the roots loosed themselves from the soil, curling and withering. What was that? Asked Inej. Salt concentrate, said Nina. Inej cocked her head to the side. Is Matthias praying? Saying a blessing. Fjordans do it whenever they cut down a tree. Every time? The blessings depend on how you intend to use the wood. One for houses, one for bridges, she paused. One for kindling. It took less than a minute for them to pull the tree down so that its trunk lay blocking the road. With the roots intact, it looked like if it had simply been felled by disease. Once the wagon stops, the tree will buy us about 15 minutes, and not much more, Cass said. Move quickly. The prisoners should be hooded, but they'll be able to hear, so not a word. We can't afford to arouse suspicion. For all they know, this is a routine stop and we want to keep it that way. They're actually going with this crazy fucking plan. What the fuck? Ah! As Inej waited in the gully with the others, she considered all the things that might go wrong. The prisoners might not be wearing hoods. The guards might have one of their own in the back of the wagon. And if their crew succeeded, well, then they'd be captives and they're on their way into the ice court. That didn't seem like a particularly promising outcome either. Just when she started to wonder if Jesper had been wrong and sent up the flares too early, a prison wagon rumbled into view. It rolled past them, then came to a halt in front of the tree. She could hear the driver cursing to his companion. They both slid down from the box seat and made their way over to the tree. For a long minute, they stood there staring at it. The larger guard took off his hat and stretched his belly. "How lazy can they be?" Cass muttered. Finally, they seemed to accept that the tree wasn't going to move on its own. They strolled back to the wagon to retrieve a heavy coil of rope and unhitched one of the horses to help drag the tree out of the road. "Be ready," Cass said. He skittered over the top of the gully to the end of the cart. He'd left his walking stick behind in the ditch, and whatever pain he might have been feeling, he disguised it well. He slipped his lockpicks from the lining of his coat and cradled the padlock gently, almost lovingly. In seconds, it sprang open, and he shoved the bolt to the side. He glanced around to where men were tying ropes around the trees and then opened the door. Inej tensed, waiting for the signal. It didn't come. Cass was just standing there, staring into the wagon. "What's happening?" whispered Wylan. "Maybe they aren't hooded?" she replied. From the side she couldn't see. "I'll go." They couldn't all bunch up around the back of the cart at once. Inej climbed out of the gully and came up behind Cass. He was still standing there, perfectly still. She touched his shoulder briefly, and he flinched. Cass Brecker flinched. What was going on? She couldn't ask him and risk giving anything away to the listening prisoners, and she peered into the wagon. The prisoners were all cuffed and had black sacks over their heads, but there were considerably more of them in the wagon they'd seen than in the wagon they'd seen at the checkpoint. Instead of being seated and chained to the benches at the sides, they were standing, pressed up against one another, their feet and hands been shackled. And they all wore iron collars that had been clipped to hooks in the wagon's roof. Whenever one started to slump or lean too heavily, his or her breath would be cut off. It wasn't pretty, but they were so tightly packed together it didn't look like anyone could actually fall and choke. Wow! What? Inej gave Cass another little nudge. His face was pale, almost waxen, but at least this time he didn't just stand there. He pushed himself up into the wagon, his movements jerky and awkward, and began unlocking the prisoners' collars. Inej signaled to Matthias, who leapt out to the gully to join them. "What's happening?" one of the prisoners asked in Rufkin, his voice frightened. "Tig," Matthias growled harshly in Fjordan. "Maverick, how's it going?" If Cass Brecker flinches, shit is fucked. Yeah, I mean, they fucking emphasized that in fucking cursive, the flinched. They were like, yeah. Fuck. They're like, you have to put some emphasis on flinched. It's going, I feel that. A rustle went through the prisoners in the truck, as if they were all coming to attention. Without meaning to, Ines had straightened her spine too. With that word, Matthias's whole demeanor had changed, as if with a single sharp command, he'd stepped back into the uniform of a Driskelle. Ines eyed him nervously. She'd started to feel uncomfortable with Matthias, an easy habit to fall into, but unwise. Kaz unlocked 6 sets of hand and foot shackles. One by one, Ines and Matthias unloaded the 6 prisoners closest to the door. There wasn't time to consider height or build, or even if they'd freed men or women. They led them to the edge of the gully, all while keeping an eye on the progress of the guards on the road. "What's happening?" one of the captives dared to ask, but another quick tig from Matthias silenced him. Once they were out of view, Nina dropped their pulses, sending them into unconsciousness. Only then did Wylan remove the prisoners' hoods. 4 men, one of them quite old, a middle-aged woman, a shoe boy. It definitely wasn't ideal, but hopefully the guards wouldn't fret too much over accuracy. After all, how much trouble could a group of chained and shackled convicts be? Nina injected the prisoners with a sleeping solution to prolong their rest, and Wylan helped roll them into the gully behind the trees. Are we going to leave them there? Are we just going to leave them there? Wylan whispered to Ines as they hurried back to the wagon with the prisoners' hoods in hand. Inez's eyes were trained on the guards moving the tree, and she didn't look at him when she said, "They wake soon enough and make a run for it. You might even get to the coast and free them. We're doing them a favor." "Doesn't look like a favor. It looks like leaving them in a ditch." "Quiet," she ordered. This wasn't the time or the place for moral quibbling. If Wylan didn't know the difference between being in chains and out of them, he was about to find out. Ines cupped her hand to her mouth and gave a low, soft bird call. They had 4, maybe 5 minutes left before the guards cleared the road. Thankfully, the guards were raising quite a noise, shouting encouragement at the horse and yelling to one another. Matthias locked Wylan into place first, then Nina. Ines saw him stiffen as Nina lifted her hair to accept the collar, revealing the white curve of her neck. As he fastened it around her throat, Nina met his eyes over her shoulder, and the look they exchanged could have melted miles of northern ice. Matthias moved away hurriedly. Ines almost laughed. So that was all it took to send the Driskelle scurrying and bring the boy back. Man, they should just get on with each other at this point. They want each other. Jesper was next, panting from his run back to the crossroads. He winked at her as she placed the sack over his head. They could hear the guards calling back and forth. Ines locked Matthias's collar and stood on tiptoe to place the hood on his head. But when she moved to pull Nina's hood down, the Grisha fluttered her eyes rapidly, bobbing her head toward the wagon door. She still wanted to know how Kaz was going to lock them in. Put a black sack over my head. Oh my god. I mean, if that's what you're into, who am I to deny you that wish, Slothy? We can do that. Although I feel like I would more like to look at your beautiful face. But I mean, no, put your sack on my wait, hang on, I can do that too. It might just be a different color though. Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. She still wanted to know how Cass was going to lock them in. So many things I regret. Watch, Inesh mouthed. Cass signaled to Inesh and she leapt down. She shut the wagon door, fastened the padlock, and slid the bolt home. A second later, the opposite side of the door pushed open. Cass had simply removed the hinges. It was a trick they'd used plenty of times when a lock was too complicated to pick quickly, or they wanted to make a theft look like an inside job. Ideal for faking suicides, Cass had once told her, and she'd never been sure if he was sincere. Inesh took a last look at the road. The men had finished with the tree. The big one was dusting off his hands and slapping the horse's back. The other was already approaching the front of the wagon. Inesh gripped the lip of the back door and swung herself up, squeezing inside. Immediately, Cass started replacing the hinges. Inesh shoved the hood over Nina's surprised face, then took her place beside Jesper. But even in the dim light, she could tell Cass was moving too slowly, his gloved fingers clumsier than she'd ever seen them. What was wrong with him? And why had he frozen at the wagon door? Something had made him hesitate. But what? She heard the ping of metal as Cass dropped one of the screws. She peered at the wagon floor and kicked it back to him, trying to ignore the pounding of her heart. Cass crouched down to replace the second hinge. He was breathing hard. She knew he was working in low light, by touch alone, in those cursed leather gloves he always insisted on wearing, but Inesh didn't think that was why he seemed so agitated. She heard footsteps on the right side of the wagon, one guard shouting to another, "Come on, Cass!" She hadn't taken the time to sweep away their footprints. What if the guard noticed? What if he pulled on the door and it simply fell off its hinges, revealing Cass Brecker unhooded and unchained? She heard another ping. Cass cursed once under his breath. Suddenly, the door shook as the guard gave the chain padlock a rattle. Cass braced his hand against the hinge. The crack of light beneath the door widened. Inesh sucked in a breath. The hinges held. Another shout in Fjordan, more footsteps. Then the crack of the reins and the cart surged forward, rumbling over the road. Inesh let herself exhale. Her throat had gone completely dry. What the fuck? Cass took his place beside her. He shoved a hood over her head, and the musty smell filled her nostrils. He would put his own hood on next, then lock himself in. Easy enough, a cheap magician's trick, and Cass knew them all. His arm pressed along hers from shoulder to elbow as he locked the collar around his neck. Bodies shifted against Inesh's back and side, crowding up against her. But now they were safe. But despite the rattle of the wagon's wheels, Inesh could tell Cass's breathing had gotten worse. Shallow, rapid pants like an animal caught in a trap. It was a sound she'd never thought to hear from him. It was because she was listening so closely that she knew the exact moment when Cass Brecker, Dirty Hands, the bastard of the barrel and the dirtiest boy in Ketterdom, fainted. What the fuck? That's the end of chapter 21. Yo, I mean, what the fuck? Are you okay? No. What the fuck? What did he see that made him react like that? Like, what the fuck? I am scared. But I guess, I mean, switch to Honkai. No. Chapter 22. We're back to Kaz. What the hell? Oh, we're going back in time. Oh no. Alright. The money Mr. Hatsune had left with Cass and Jordy ran out the following week. This chapter's gonna be intense. Oh god. Jordy tried to return his new coat, but the shop wouldn't take it, and Cass's boots had clearly been worn. When they brought the loan agreement Mr. Hatsune had signed to the bank, they found that for all of its official-looking seals, it was worthless paper. No one knew of Mr. Hatsune or his business partners. They were evicted from the boarding house 2 days later and had to find a bridge to sleep under, but were soon rousted by the Stadtwacht. After that, they wandered aimlessly until morning. Jordy insisted that they go back to the coffee house. They sat for a long time in the park across the street, but when night came, the watch began its rounds, and Cass and Jordy headed south into the streets of the Lower Barrow, where the police did not bother to patrol. They slept beneath a set of stairs in an alley behind a tavern, tucked between a discarded stove and bags of kitchen refuse. No one bothered them that night, but the next day they were discovered by a gang of boys who told them they were in Razor Gold territory. Clench your butt cheeks. Oh, the beginning is already so fucking messed up. They gave Jordy a thrashing and knocked Cass into the canal, but not before they took his boots. Jordy fished Cass out of the water and gave him his dry coat. "I'm hungry," Cass said. "I'm not," Jordy replied. And for some reason, that had struck Cass as funny, and they both started laughing. Jordy wrapped his arms around Cass and said, "City is winning so far, but you'll see who wins in the end." The next morning, Jordy woke with a fever. In years to come, people would call the outbreak of firepox that struck Catadom the Queen's Lady Plague. My computer blue screen and I think I missed something. Oh no! We're about to read like a very... Yeah. I hope your PC is fine though. After the ship believed to have brought the contagion to the city, it hit the crowded slums of the Barrow hardest. Bodies piled up in the streets and sick boats moved them through the canals, using long shovels and hooks to tumble corpses into the platforms and haul them out to the Reaper's barge for burning. Cass's fever came on 2 days after Jordy's. They had no money for medicine or a medic, so they huddled together in a pile of broken up wooden boxes and that they dubbed the Nest. Randomly, I don't have a couple programs running. It's weird. I feel that my PC has been acting up more lately as well. I'll see if I can like find the time to do like a clean install this week. Maybe. No one came to rouse them. The gangs had all been laid low by disease. When the fever reached full fire, Cass dreamed he had returned to the farm. And when he knocked on the door, he saw Dream Jordy and Dream Cass already there, sitting at the kitchen table. They peered at him through the window, but they wouldn't let him in. So he wandered through the meadow, afraid to lie down in the tall grass. When he woke, he couldn't smell hay or clover or apples, only coal smoke and the spongy, rotting vegetable stink of garbage. Jordy was lying next to him, staring at the sky. Don't leave me, Cass wanted to say, but he was too tired. So he laid his head on Geordie's chest. It felt wrong already, cold and hard. He thought he was dreaming when the body men rolled him onto the sick boat. He felt himself falling, and when he was caught in a tangle of bodies, he tried to scream, but he was too weak. They were everywhere, legs and arms and stiff bellies, rotting limbs and blue-lipped faces covered in fire-pocked sores. He floated in and out of consciousness, unsure of what was real or fever dream, as the float boat moved out to sea. When they tumbled him into the shallows of the Reaper's barge, he somehow found the strength to cry out. "I'm alive!" he shouted as loud as he could. But he was so small, and the boat was already drifting back to harbor. Cass tried to pull Geordie from the water. His body was covered in the little blooming sores that gave the firepox its name. His skin white and bruised. Cass thought of the little wind-up dog of drinking hot chocolate on the bridge. He thought that heaven would look like the kitchen of the house in Zelvastrad and smell like hotspot cooking in the Hertzun's oven. He still had Saskia's red ribbon. He could give it back to her. They would make candies out of quince paste. Margit would play the piano, and he could fall asleep by the fire. He closed his eyes and waited to die. Cass expected to wake in the next world, warm and safe, his belly full, Geordie beside him. Instead, he woke surrounded by corpses. He was lying in the shallows of the Reaper's barge, his clothes soaked through, skin wrinkled from the damp. Geordie's body was beside him, barely recognizable, white and swollen with rot, floating on the surface like some kind of gruesome deep-sea fish. Cass's vision had cleared, and the rash had receded. His fever had broken. He'd forgotten his hunger, but he was thirsty enough that he thought he would go mad. All that day and night, he waited in the pile of bodies, looking out at the harbor, hoping the float boat would return. They had to come to set the fires that would burn the corpses, but when? Did the body men collect every day, every other day? He was weak and dehydrated. He knew he wouldn't last much longer. The coast seemed so far away, and he knew he was too weak to swim the distance. He had survived the fever, but he might well die out here on the Reaper's barge. Did he care? There was nothing waiting for him in the city but more hunger and dark alleys and the damp of the canals. Even as he thought it, he knew it wasn't true. Vengeance was waiting. Vengeance for Geordie and maybe for himself too. But he would have to go to meet it. When night came and the tide changed direction, Cass forced himself to lay hands on Geordie's body. He was too frail to swim on his own, but with Geordie's help he could float. He held tight to his brother and kicked towards the lights of Caradham. Together they drifted, Geordie's distended body acting as a raft. Wow! What the fuck? Holy shit! That's crazy! Cass kept kicking, trying not to think of his brother or the taut, bloated feel of Geordie's flesh beneath his hands. He tried not to think of anything but the rhythm of his legs moving through. Why are you so fucked up? I mean, that would fuck me up too, abso-fucking-lutely. Or his legs moving through the sea. He'd heard there were sharks in these waters, but he knew they wouldn't touch him. He was a monster now, too. He kept kicking, and when dawn came, He looked up to find himself at the east end of the lid. The harbor was nearly deserted. The plague had caused shipping in and out of Kerch to grind to a halt. The last 100 yards were hard. The tide had turned once more, and it was working against him. But Cass had hope now. Hope and fury, twin flames burning inside him. They guided him to the dock and up the ladder. When he reached the top, he flopped down on his back on the wooden slats, then forced himself to roll over. Geordie's
No.
All right. Hello? Hello? I think it's back. Hello? Hello, hello? Can you guys see me again? It's working. I hate it here, man. Fucking hate it here. No death. Hi again. Welcome back. I hate my internet. I hate it here. I fucking hate it here. So when did it stop for you guys? Your internet is your how? God, I want to punch it so fucking bad. Geordie, lifeless eyes open. Okay, his eyes were still open, and for a moment, Cass thought his brother was staring back at him. But Geordie didn't speak. He didn't blink. His gaze didn't shift as the tide dragged him free of the pylon and began to carry him out to the sea. I should close his eyes, thought Cass. But he knew if he climbed down the ladder and waded back into the sea, he would never find his way out again. He'd simply let himself drown, and that wasn't possible anymore. He had to live. Someone had to pay. Wow. Yeah, I don't blame Cass for being as fucking crazy as he is. He had to fucking use his dead brother's body as a raft to not get fucking burned in a pile of corpses. Fuck. Maybe younger. I think it was like 10 or something in this. At this part. But yeah, like, bro. That's so fucked, man. Holy shit. Ban me now? No. Even more fucked than your internet. Oh my god. No ban me. I'm not gonna ban any of you guys. Ban me hard, daddy. DMs. We could talk about that there. They like denial. No, it's delayed gratification. Maybe one day it'll happen. Can't just do it when you guys want me to. No. It's gotta happen out of nowhere when you least expect it. Just sent me a face, lose 50-50.
Oh my god!
Alright. Now we're back to the present. But what the fuck? Kaz? I get why you're fucked up. But still, man, you need some therapy. All them kids need therapy here. Holy fuck.
Oh my god!
No reading for you now. I can always turn off the sound alerts.
Oh my god!
Yeah, so therapy, he goes to commit crimes. Yeah. Make it make sense. It don't make sense. No, it doesn't. Damn. Sounds oddly familiar to what I said yesterday. You said a lot of things yesterday, Lily, when I was there. Can always turn off Gregory. I mean, I said a bunch of things as well. That's for sure. No need to be ashamed, Lily. I know you well enough. Said nothing, I was silent. I am the... you said a few things as well, Slothy. I saw that. Do you want to make an agreement to never ban Dark? I'm not going to. I'm not gonna ban him. Can't prove it. You don't know you. Lily, I've known you for long enough. I know. I know. You can't prove it. I'm sure her bot still has the chat replay, Slothy. Can't find me under my hoodie. Can I join under the hoodie? I'm not in the chat replay, right? Because I said nothing. Don't die now, Lily. We don't want you to die, Lily. We love you. No death. Yeah. Man, this book is so fucked, but it's good. But holy fuck. Strong. You got this, Lily. All right. Let's continue. In the prison wagon, Cass woke to a sharp jab against his thigh. Like my olive oil slightly. Hey yo.
Smash.
Hey yo. I'd rather keep my book pages not sticking together. Said no reading. This is my stream, Dark. If you're gonna spam the sound alerts, I'm just gonna turn them off. I like my olive oil extra virgin. Abstinence only. Education olive oil. Lily. Didn't know you preferred that. Well, good thing I'm here. Don't make me buy bits. Dark, stop it. The South will rise again, olive oil. The Mormon olive oil. Why do you want to get banned? That's the question. What the fuck is wrong? Become okay, but why? Why not? That's not a good reason. You know, I'm just gonna say it now. If you continue to experience all that life has to offer, ban me hard. Oh my god. Dark, if you continue to behave like that and be disrupting now and everything, I might actually do it, but I'm not gonna unban you. I'm gonna be clear. And Avid said so banned viewers cannot watch my stream or anything. But you be gone. Okay. Slotty, you're doing nothing wrong. You're fine. I want to be here. You're fine. I know you're mostly messing around. But with Dark, I'm not so sure right now, so I'm just saying it's a warning. If you continue, you will actually get your wish, but that means you're gonna be out here. You're not coming back. I don't like having to be like this. But, you know, sometimes things like that have to be said. All right, shall we continue with the book then? All right. Oh, wait. Now I can imagine why Cass might have like flinched and everything, because seeing like all these bodies together, like huddled together like that, might have reminded him of being on the Reaper's barge, surrounded by all the corpses. Yep. Like, God. All right. In the prison wagon, Cass woke up to a sharp jab against his thigh. He was ice cold and in darkness. There were bodies all around him pressing against his back and sides, and he was drowning in corpses. Cass! A whisper. He shuddered. Another jab to his thigh. Cass! Inesh's voice. He managed a deep breath through his nose. He felt her pull away from him. Somehow, in the cramped confines of the wagon, she managed to give him space. His heart was pounding. Keep talking, he rasped. What? Just keep talking. We're passing through the prison gate. We made it past the first 2 checkpoints. That brought him fully back to senses. They'd gone through 2 checkpoints. That meant they'd been counted. Someone had opened that door, not once, but twice. Maybe even laid hands on him and he hadn't woken. He could have been robbed, killed. He'd imagined his death 1,000 ways, but never sleeping through it. He forced himself to breathe deeply. Despite the smell of bodies, he'd kept his gloves on. Something the guards might have easily taken note of, and a frustrating concession to his weakness. If he hadn't, he felt fairly sure he'd have gone completely mad. Behind him, he could hear the other prisoners murmuring to one another in different languages. Despite the fears the darkness woke in him, he gave thanks for it. He could only hope that the rest of his crew, hooded and burdened by their own anxiety, hadn't noticed anything strange about his behavior. He'd been sluggish, slow to react when they'd ambushed the wagon, but that was all, and he could make up some excuse to account for it. He hated that Inesh had seen him this way, that anyone had. But on the heels of that thought came another. Better it should be her. In his bones, he knew she would never speak of it to anyone, that she would never use this knowledge against him. She relied on his reputation. She wouldn't want him to look weak. There was more to it than that, wasn't there? Inesh would never betray him. He knew it. Cass felt ill. Though he'd trusted her with his life countless times, it felt much more frightening to trust her with this shame. The wagon came to a halt. The bolt slid back and the doors flew open. He heard Fjardan being spoken, then scraping noises and a thunk. His collar was unlocked and he was led from the wagon down some kind of ramp with the other prisoners. He heard what sounded like a gate creaking open, and they were herded forward, shuffling along in their shackles. He squinted as his hood was suddenly yanked free. They were standing in a large courtyard. The massive gate set into the ring wall was already being lowered, closed, and it struck the stones with an ominous series of clanks and groans. When Cass looked up, he saw guards stationed all along the roof of the courtyard, rifles aimed down at the prisoners. The guards below were moving along the rows of shackled captives, trying to match them in the driver's paperwork by name or description. Matthias had described the layout of the ice court in detail, but he'd said little about the way it actually looked. Cass had expected something old and damp, grim gray stone, battle hard. Instead, he was surrounded by marble so white it almost glowed blue. He felt as if he'd wandered into some dreamlike version of the harsh lands they traveled in the north. It was impossible to tell what might be glass or ice or stone. If this isn't fabricator craft, then I'm the queen of the wood sprites, muttered Nina in Kirch. Tig, one of the guards commanded. He slammed his rifle into her gut, and she doubled over in pain. Matthias kept his head turned, but Cass didn't miss the tension in his frame. The Fjardan guards were gesturing over the papers, trying to make the numbers and identities of the prisoners match up to the group before them. This was the first real moment of exposure, one Cass would have no control over. It would have been too time-consuming and dangerous to pick and choose the prisoners they'd replaced. It was a calculated risk, but now Cass could only wait and hope that laziness and bureaucracy would do the rest. As the guards moved down the line, Inej helped Nina to her feet. You okay? Inej asked, and Cass felt himself drawn toward her voice like water rolling downhill. Slowly, Nina unbent herself and stood upright. I'm fine, she whispered. But I don't think we have to worry about Pekka Rollinson's team anymore. What? Cass tracked Nina's gaze to the top of the ring wall high above the courtyard, where 5 men had been impaled on spikes like meat skewers for roasting, backs bent, limbs dangling. What? Excuse me, what? Cass had to squint, but he recognized Errol Arts, Rollins' best lockpick and safecracker. The bruises and welts from the beating they'd given him before his death were deep purple in the morning light, and Cass could just make out a black mark on his arm. Art's Dime Lion tattoo. Holy shit! He scanned the other faces. Some were too swollen or distorted in death to identify. Could one of them be Rollins? Cass knew he should be glad another team had been taken out, but Rollins was no fool. And the thought that his crew hadn't made it past the ice court gates was more than a little nerve-wracking. Besides, if Rollins had met his death at the end of a Fjardan pike, no. Cass refused that possibility. Pekka Rollins belonged to him. The guards were arguing with the wagon driver now, and one of them was pointing at Inej. What's happening? He whispered to Nina. They're claiming the papers are out of order. They have a Sioux Lee girl instead of a Shu boy. And the driver? Asked Inej. He just keeps telling them it's not his problem. That's the way, Cass murmured encouragingly. Ah. Cass watched them go back and forth. There was the beauty of all these fail-safes and layers of security. The guards always thought they could rely on someone else to catch a mistake or fix a problem. Laziness wasn't as reliable as greed, but it still made a fine lever. And they were talking about prisoners, chained, surrounded on all sides. and about to be dumped into cells. Harmless. Finally, one of the prison guards sighed and signaled to his cohorts. "Die Weskamen." "Go on," Nina translated, and then continued as the guard spoke. "Take them to the East Block and let the next shift sort them out." Kaz allowed himself the briefest sigh of relief. As anticipated, guards split the group into men and women, then led both rows, chains jangling, through a nearly round archway fashioned in the shape of a wolf's open mouth. They entered a chamber where an old woman sat on her hands chained, flanked by guards. Her eyes were vacant. As each prisoner approached, the woman gripped his or her wrist. A human amplifier. Kaz knew Nina had worked with them when she'd been scouring the Wandering Isle for Grisha to join the Second Army. They could sense Grisha power by touch, and she'd seen them hired on at high stakes card games to make sure none of the players were Grisha. Someone would tamper with another player's pulse or even raise the temperature in a room had an unfair advantage. But the Fjordans used them for a different purpose, to make sure no Grisha breached their walls without being identified. Kaz watched Nina approach. He could see her trembling as she held out her arm. The woman clamped her fingers around Nina's wrist. Her eyelids stuttered briefly, and then she dropped Nina's hand and waved her along. Had she known and not cared? Or had the paraffin they'd used to encase Nina's forearms worked? As they were led through an arch on the left, Kaz glimpsed Dinesh disappearing into the opposite arch with the other female prisoners. He felt a twinge in his chest, and with a disturbing jolt, he realized it was panic. She'd been the one to wake him from the stupor in the cart. Her voice had brought him back from the dark. It had been the tether he gripped on and used to drag himself back to some semblance of sanity. The male prisoners were led clanking up a dark flight of stairs to a metal walkway. On their left was the smooth white bulk of the ring wall. To their right, the walkway overlooked a vast glass enclosure, nearly a quarter-mile long and tall enough to comfortably fit a trading ship. It was lit by a huge iron lantern that hung from the ceiling like a glowing cocoon. Looking down, Kaz saw rows of heavily armored wagons, capped by domed gun turrets. Their wheels were large and linked by a thick thread. On each wagon, a massive gun barrel, somewhere between the shape of a rifle and a cannon, jutted out into the space where a team of horses would ordinarily be hitched. "What are those things?" he whispered. "Torvegen," Matthias said under his breath. "They don't need horses to pull them. They were still perfecting the design when I left." "No horses?" "Tanks," murmured Jesper. "I saw prototypes when I was working with the gunsmith in Novyi Zem. Multiple guns in the turret and that big barrel out in front. Serious firepower." There were also gravity-fed heavy artillery guns in the enclosure, racks full of rifles, ammunition, and the little black bombs that Rafghans called granatya. On the walls behind the glass, older weapons had been arranged in an elaborate display. Axes, spears, longbows. Above it all hung a banner in silver and white. Strajmakt Fjordan. When Kaz glanced at Matthias, the big man muttered, "Fjordan might." Kaz peered through the thick glass. He knew the fences, and Nina had been right. This glass was another piece of fabricator work, bulletproof and impenetrable. Coming or going from the prison, captives would see weapons, armaments, machines of war, all a brutal reminder of the power of the Fjordan state. "Go on, Flex." Go on and flex, Cass thought. Doesn't matter how big the gun is if you don't know where to point it. On the other side of the enclosure, he saw a second walkway where the female prisoners were being marched. Inej will be fine. He had to stay sharp. They were in enemy territory now, a place of steep risk, the kind of fix you didn't walk out of if you didn't keep your wits about you. Had Pekka's team made it this far before they'd been found out? And where was Pekka Rollins himself? Had he stayed safe and secure in Kerch, or was he a prisoner of the Fjordans as well? None of it mattered. For now, Cass had to focus on the plan and finding Yul-Bajor. He glanced at the others. Wylan looked like he was ready to wet himself. Helvar appeared grim as always. Jesper just grinned and whispered, "Well, we've managed to get ourselves locked in the most secure prison in the world. We're either geniuses or the dumbest sons of bitches to ever breathe air." We'll know soon enough. They were led into another white room, this one equipped with tin tubs and horses. The guard gabbled something in Fjordan, and Cass saw Matthias and some of the others start to strip down. He swallowed the bile that rose in his throat, and he refused to vomit. He could do this. He had to do this. He thought of Geordie. What would Geordie say if his little brother lost their chance at justice because he wouldn't conquer some stupid sickness inside him? But it only brought back the memories of Geordie's cold flesh, the way it had grown loose in the salt water, the bodies crowding around him in the float boat. His vision started to blur. "Get it together, Brecker," he scolded himself harshly. It didn't help. He was going to faint again, and this would all be over. Inej had once offered to catch him, to teach him how to fall. "The trick is not getting knocked down," he told her with a laugh. "No, Cass," she'd said. "The trick is in getting back up." More Suli platitudes, but somehow even the memory of her voice helped. He was better than this. He had to be. Not just for Geordie, but for his crew. He'd brought these people here. He'd brought Inej here. It was his job to bring them out again. The trick is getting back up. He kept her voice in his head, repeating those words again and again as he stripped off his boots, his clothes, and finally, his gloves. "Hey, Slothy got a rock. Let's fucking go." He saw that Jesper was staring at his hands. "What were you expecting?" Cass growled. "Claws, at least," Jesper said, shifting his gaze to his own bony bare feet. "Possibly a spiny thumb." The guard returned from dumping their clothes in a bin that would no doubt be taken to the incinerator. He tilted Cass's head back roughly and forced his mouth open, feeling around with fat fingers. Black spots bloomed in Cass's side as he fought to remain conscious. The guard's fingers passed over the spot between Cass's teeth where he'd wedged the baleen, then pinched and prodded the interior of his cheeks. "Undet the guard exclaimed. "Valen Juret," he shouted as he pulled two slender pieces of metal from Cass's mouth. The lockpicks hit the stone floor with a plink plink. The guard shouted something at him in Fjordan and cuffed him hard across the face. Cass fell to his knees, but forced himself back up. He registered Wyland's panicked expression, but it was all he could do to stay on his feet as the guard shoved him into the line of an ice-cold shower. When he emerged, soaked and shaking, another guard handed him colorless prison-issue trousers and a tunic from the stack beside him. Cass pulled them on, then limped to the holding area with the rest of the prisoners. In that moment, he would have given up half his share of the 30 million Kruger for the familiar heft of his cane. The holding cells looked more like the prison he had anticipated. No white stone or glass displays, just dank gray rock and iron bars. They were herded into an already crowded cell. Helvar sat down with his back to the wall, surveying the pacing men, eyes slitted. Cass rested against the iron bars, watching the guards depart. He could sense the movements of the bodies behind him. There was space enough, but they felt too close. Just a little longer, Cass told himself. His hands felt impossibly bare. Cass waited. He knew what was coming. He'd sussed out the others as soon as they entered the cell, and he knew it would be the burly Kalish with the birthmark who came for him. He was twitchy, nervous, and he'd taken obvious notice of Cass's limp. "Hey, cripple," the Kalish said in Fjordan. He tried again in Kirch. His lilt heavy. "Hey, Crip." He needn't have bothered. Cass knew the word for cripple in plenty of languages. The next second, Cass felt the air move as the Kalish reached for him. He stepped left and the Kalish lurched forward, carried by his own momentum. Cass helped him along, seizing the man's arm and driving it through the space between the bars, all the way up to the shoulder. The Kalish let out a loud grunt as his face smashed up against the iron bars. Cass braced the man's forearm against the metal. He threw his weight against his opponent's body and felt a satisfying pop as the Kalish's arm dislocated from his shoulder. Yo, I mean, again, do not fuck with Cass. He's gonna fuck you up. As the man opened his lips to scream, Cass covered his mouth with one hand and pinched his nose shut with the other. The feel of bare flesh on his fingers made him want to gag. "Shh," he said, using his grip on the man's nose to steer him backward to the bench against the wall. The other prisoners scattered to clear a path. The man sat down hard, eyes watering, breathless. Cass kept his hold on his nose and mouth. The Kalish trembled beneath his grasp. "You want me to put it back?" Cass asked. The Kalish whimpered. "Do you?" He whimpered louder as the prisoners looked on. "You scream, and I'll make sure it never works right again. Understand?" He released the man's mouth and shoved his arm back into its socket. The Kalish rolled over on his side, curled up on the bench, and began to weep. Cass wiped his hands on his trousers and returned to his spot by the bars. He could feel the others watching, but now he knew he would be left in peace. Helvar came up beside him. "Was that really necessary?" "No. But it had been, to make sure they were left alone to do what needed to be done, and to remember that he wasn't helpless." All right, that was chapter 22. Yep, do not fuck with Cass. Holy shit, he's gonna fuck you up bad. God, my pants are just annoying today. Fuck. But like, first, obviously, Cass's backstory is fucking insane. Remove annoyance immediately, please. I am not gonna take off my pants on stream. How many channel porn? Hey, if you want to see me without pants, then hit me up on Discord. It's not something for stream, but you know, it can be arranged for Discord. We can't even see. What if I stand up? You know? Like, walk around. I was doing it for chat. Well, you were the one asking and I'm offering. Don't stand up then. Just sit and read the book. What if, you know, I want to take a little break, walk around, stretch, you know? All those things. So I'm not like too fucking just sitting here all the time. Not have that fucking neck crack like last time. You know? Where my neck fucking popped like crazy. Yeah. I happen to like the neck crack. Well, you can listen to it whenever you want. It's a clip. Nice. I'll be right back though, real quick, because I need to put that in the sink. This book though, yeah, this book is crazy. I love it. Again, don't fuck with Cass. Oh wait, oh my god, could I? How funny would this, how would this look if I do this? Aha. Boop. These are so fucking high now. I mean, yeah, they are in the fucking prison. Wait, what if I take this? This. There we go. This is good, right? This is perfect. You guys don't need to see my face. Right? Who wants to see my face anyway? Perfect. Thank you, Enzo. I agree. So take off the pants and put the responsive emoji over your pee-pee. Again, that can be arranged in DMs, but not on stream. You guys won't see my face. It's fine. You're fully covered. Wait. What if I just make it even bigger? There. I'm gonna make an only. I'm not gonna make an OnlyFans. No. Is this better, guys? I am his. I'm only his fan. I mean, I'm a big fan of yours too, Slothy. Must cover legs. Here. It's too big when you talk. Nah, this is the perfect size. What are you guys talking about? Why? Because it's funny. Isn't this better though? Like, I like this. This is great. This is a good stream. This is how we shall do reading streams from now on. It's funny to make me say, no. Oh god. You know what? We need a book emote. We need like a reading book emote or something. That would be so cute. We definitely need a book emote and a Helldiver. We'll see about the Helldiver one and a horror dude. Well, I have to hit up the how much are emotes? Depending on the artist. Like if I go with the same artist that did these two that are my reactive stuff here right now, which is most of my emotes, I think a pack of like 5 emotes. Let me think. How much sells? If I remember, was it 4 I bought or 5? I need to check right now which ones. Must cost less than PS5. Oh yeah, no, that's that absolutely. Which were the 5 I made? Oh, like which were the ones? They look nicer if the art style match. Yeah, I need to check if the artist has commissions open and do that. So let me think. It's the slam, the rip, the sip, and I think is it the cry one? I think for the I think I bought 4 last time, and that was like $30. I think it was 4 for 30. Like static emotes, and I think an animated emote one is like $20. I can go and I can actually just look real quick. You know, we're gonna take that off here. You guys can see my face again. I'm gonna quickly actually check my DMs with them. Next month, I'm gonna sponsor a fucking Helldiver. That's cheap as fuck. I'll probably buy like a bulk pack again or something, where I want to make like 5 or 4 or 5 or something. So it's like $40 maybe, $35, $40. Let me see. I think her commissions are open right now. I don't know if they still do commissions through Twitter or if you have to use like VGen and stuff now. But let me see. Let me go through our DMs. Why are my DMs not loading with her? So like 120 upwards? Nah, that's like for emotes. Usually that's around the price. Like some people do like an emote for 10 or emote for 15 or 20. The price varies from artist to artist. Obviously, if you get like something bigger, like maybe like an alert, like an animated alert for like following or stuff like that, or you know, like an overlay, like a be right back screen and animated, or like transitions or something, that's probably going to be a bit more expensive. That probably is like $50 to $60. But their emote prices, unless they change them, they're pretty good. Paying for art is so responsible and cool. Unless I win art raffles and through that I get the art for free, that's why I barely commission, because I don't have the money. I always want to make sure that the arts I pay for, like that if I commission an artist, that they're paid for. Oh my god. You know, I'm just browsing through her page right now. Her art style is so freaking cute. I mean, you guys saw the emotes. You know how fucking cute the emotes are. Like look at this. This is fucking adorable. But oh my fucking god. I'm going through her Twitter page here right now. She has so many like super cute arts. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, it was the sip one, the butt slam one, the rip one, and the head pat one. All of them together was let's see, $30. 4 static emotes for 30. Yeah. If the price is still the same, I could commission like another 4 or maybe 5 and it'd be like $35 to $40. Maybe. I do want to get an animated emote as well at some point. I want to make a taking notes animated emote. But like the book, we have to think of a few emotes then. If you guys have any other ideas, you guys can like heart eyes emote. I definitely need to make a new heart emote, or like, you know, one where it just like huddles a heart or something, or like holds out a heart. Is there a different limit for animated and static? Yes. There's different limits. And the limit is based on how many sub points I have. The max amount, like, a sub point is 1 sub. And if you also use Twitch's own alerts, then you also get extra animated emote slots. So I have those available as well. Let me check what I have available right now. Emotes. We currently have... I can get rid of 2. I have the... Well, I can get rid of 1 actually. I have that old love emote. We can make the new love emote with like holding up a heart or something. Like something cute like that. So that would open up 1 slot. So we have 3 standard emote slots, which are all just static emotes that also followers can use, not just subscribers. If you're subscribed, you can also use those 5 emotes in other channels, but those 5 emotes you can use even as just a follower, which right now is the love, the head pat, and the jamming. So maybe we'll put some new ones in there. For subs, we have 3 slots available right now. So that would be 6 static, and we have 10 animated emote slots open, and then 2 bonus emotes. So we could do 12 animated and 6 static for tier 1 subs. We also have a tier 2 and tier 3 sub slot. And bit emotes. You can have bit emotes for like if you get 5k, 1k bits, 5k bits, 10k bits, 25k bits. So we have a lot of emotes. A lot of emote slots. New emote for you. I mean, if I would make all 4 bit emotes, you'd already have 3 of them, Slothy. You'd only have to reach 25k. I know I've said it before, but your raid emote is the best one I've seen. Aw, I love it. It's so good. I felt like... I said only... Oh my god, Slothy. Like, I felt like, considering, like, the emotes are based on my Monster Hunter character, I wanted to incorporate my, my main weapon being the bow in an emote in some way as well. And I just had the idea, it's like, you know, why not make it like the raid emote where you like shoot something in the air or something, and then we came up with that idea, and I fucking love it. It's so good. It turned out so well. Like best one on Twitch. Nah, Enzo. Stop it. The thing is, as far as I know, at least on Twitter right now, I got a shark emote. At least if I do the commissions through Twitter, they use PayPal as their payment method, and I don't have my own PayPal account, and I don't think I'll make one soon because I don't have that many like expenses and payments where I would say like it's really worth for me making one. So I'll have to see. I have PayPal. We're fine. I'm not gonna give them your PayPal and be like, yo, you pay for me. I'm sure. I know Shadow also has PayPal. I could like maybe wire him the money or like give it to him in cash and he's just gonna do it or something. I was typing. I can help with that. Yeah, we can think of something. Okay, we'll see. I definitely want to make some more emotes because we need ideas for emotes. Yes. You guys in the Discord, you know what? I'm gonna rename the birthday suggestions channel into emote suggestions, and you guys can post like your ideas for emotes in there. Save changes. There we go. All right. You guys can decide and like can make some ideas up. I have a few ideas in mind, but like we have a few slots to fill. As we just said, we have like at least for tier 1 subs, we can fill up like 6 slots on static emotes, and we have 12 animated emote slots. Keep in mind, animated emotes are more expensive, so I'm probably not gonna make like 12 animated emotes immediately, but we could have like a 1 or 2 more animated emotes at some point. I wouldn't be against that. Yeah, PayPal doesn't cost anything, but like it's just the fact that like, you know, for me it's not that necessary to really have it right now. Need a dancing emote? I mean, we have the jam one, which is just like listening to music, but we could have like a dance one. We could think of that. You can put your ideas in the emote suggestions channel now in the Discord. Emotes are a good subby bait to hear. Often sub to some channels simply because they have a nice range of emotes to use. And we'll watch some of them. Yeah, exactly. Like, and it's also, you know, like the money you guys give me through like your subs and bits and stuff. It's basically a way for me to give back to you guys. You give me the money, but so I can give you more things by having more emotes available you guys can use. So it's a win-win, in my opinion. The good thing is, which is one thing I really like, if you have less sub points at some point, but a gravity emote would be good as often as you die to it. Just me like flopping over, like the character just flopping over or something. Or like the Kirby falling into a hole meme, but with my character just falling into a pit. Something like that. We could think of so many things. Absolutely. Post those ideas in the Discord. Everything in the Discord. But yeah, like, I think emotes are a great way to just also give back to the supporters. Very fun. Nice. But yeah, like, are emotes subject to copyright claims? Yeah, in a way they are. It does say like make sure that like you have the rights to use the artwork and make sure it's like original and all, so they can get copyrighted. They could be removed. And there's also some other rules. You can't have too suggestive emotes, and one letter emotes also don't work. Like I can't just have like an emote with an F in there or something. It's like F to pay F because I died or something. Usually those will be flagged by Twitch and get removed. A lot of like channels sometimes have problems with like a shaking booty emote. Although I think after the Twitch rule change, that should be fine. But yeah, there are some limits. Yeah, that's fine because it's not one letter. Exactly. But if you would make a just like literally just an emote would just be like one big bold F, or you know, like a gravestone with an F on it or something. Because of another streamer friend of mine, he did that. He had like a big like gravestone with an F on it as an idea, and after like a few days, it got removed because you're not allowed to have one letter emotes. I mean, I was thinking to you know, one of the ones could be like a hug emote and my character hugs like a little sloth. I think that'd be cute, right? No, you were not. No thoughts. Yeah, exactly. No thinking, no think. Just book. Yeah, I know what you mean, Shadow. Exactly. Think. What? Do you not like the idea, Slothy, of my character cuddling or like hugging a cute little sloth? I think that's cute. I'm sure it's very cute. Where do we fund this? Couldn't be me. I'm not a cute little sloth. You are the cutest, Slothy. I do nothing but think since 3 days. You are the cutest, Slothy. Screaming no. I would love that. But obviously, like if you don't want it, then I won't make it. Then I'll just make like another like hug emote or something. Hug a fish. Or something, I don't know. But I think a sloth would be cute. Hug Enzo. Nah, I think a sloth would be cuter. Enzo is day one. Oh my god. But Slothy. Already hugging a red panda. Exactly. I think a sloth would be nice. Because Slothy, in those 7 months, you've done so much already for the channel. I feel like you deserve having an emote being commemorated towards you. I like giving back to it that way. Just want my money, and that's okay. We need the signs. Oh my god. Idea from where nerdy comes from. Tap the sign. I know. I would stream. I have my own emotes. Still though, Slothy, I would still love to make an emote commemorating you. And I think my character hugging a sloth would be super cute. You deserve it, Slothy. You absolutely do. And 1-25 on hardest difficulty. Yo! Let's go! Yao Yao, Dendro Traveler, Cookie Fischl. Fuck yeah. Slothy tapping her sign. Fuck yeah, Slothy, let's go. So I was quiet, I was kicking ass. But Hydrotopus that lasted before. No, it's the current event away. It's that like Hydro boss in the event, the one that you need for official. Not for official, for arena. Alright, God, I forget sometimes what commands I have. Don't forget, guys, we also have a fucking balls command. Hug, love, bonk. Balls with a Z instead of an S. My job. We also got we got a bunk. Excuse the unusual words. Candyman sword. Let's go. What are you gonna do? No horny jail, please. You're fine. It was just a demonstration. But I have creativity inside me that demands utilization. I crave creation. Yo, we're so down. I'm so fucking down. Upgrades, people. Freedom privates. Oh my god. I gotta put pants on to go to the grocery store. Yeah, please go get your groceries, Slothy. Please, and be safe. Are we yelling? I don't know. Please stay safe when you go out. Don't hurt yourself. I know I am yelling, but why is other people matching my energy? You know, we gotta match that freak. I don't know. Somebody go. I mean, I guess we all are right now because we're all screaming. Like this? Fire's already there. Yeah. Now I just need a green screen. So we can cap out the background and it's just me like this. Jeez. How many bits? It's nothing, no. You guys. Wait, I can make a command not be allowed to be used by mods. Okay. Virtual currency. No limit of use. No, I don't want to put that. Okay, guys, for the sign command, what should the message be? I'm making the sign command right now, but what should the message be? We're doing life work here right now, working on upgrading the stream. More commands, talking about emotes, Talk about making better shit. It should be Shadow says, don't make me tap the sign. It's gonna be full caps, don't make me tap the sign. Tap the sign. With like exclamation points at the end. Do we also have like an angry emoji maybe at the end? All right. So when you bully my friend who is live right now, I can just use it. It should be live now. Let me see. Look at that. Let's go. You know, wait, I can make it better. I can make it better. I have another idea. No, I didn't want to duplicate this. Can I please just go back and remove this? There we go. Yes, I want to delete that. Let's make it even better. Don't make me tap that ass. I mean, you can. Let's see if that worked. I need to test. Hey, look at that. You can direct it to the person now. Put the comma after the name. You're done. Okay, there we go. Better? So hideous and old and awful. Shut the fuck up, Slothy. I'd never be good enough for anything. Stop it. That is not fucking true. You are more than enough for any of us here. Shaking, I got scared. Now I can do this. I love myself again. Good. Good. I didn't mean to yell at you like that, but don't say that. It's today opposite. I am amazing. You are amazing. Slothy, you're the best. Just provoking the sign tapper. The thing is, I would have said, like, if we have the sign tap emote, we can add that too. But that would mean I'd have to pay for, I also have to pay for like a sub to the, for the bot all the time. A little bit of role playing. Fair, fair. All right, well, we have that sorted out now. Again, guys, 453 followers. What the fuck? What the fuck, guys? What the fuck? How the fuck did we get here? I really, really have to go. Yeah, please do that, Slothy. Store closes in an hour. Take your time. Be careful. Don't fall. Please don't slip. But I hope you get all the groceries you need. Nobody tap anything or anyone while I'm gone. I love you too. I love you, Slothy. Take care. You're the best. All right. Well, I gotta be right back real quick. I wanted to bring back this mug for a while now, but we had this, like, you know, weird tangent going on about emotes and commands, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, bye. Again, how long have we been yapping now without like continuing with the book? All the yaps all the time. Good time. True. Yeah, we definitely need to make some new emotes. I'm so down. Absolutely. Ugh. Oh, the yaps. True. Okay. We shall continue with the book. We're now in chapter 23. Again, Jesper's perspective now. Jesper wanted to pace, but he'd staked out this spot on the bench, and he intended to keep it. It felt like little quakes of anxiety and excitement were vibrating under his skin. And Wyland, seated next to him, drumming frenetically on his kneecaps, wasn't helping him settle. He didn't think he could handle much more waiting. First the boat, then all that hiking, and now he was stuck in the cell with the guard until the guards came by to make their evening head count. Only his father had understood his restless energy. He tried to get Jesper to use it up on the farm, but the work had been too monotonous. University was supposed to be the thing that gave him direction, but instead he'd wandered down a different path. He cringed at what his father would say if he learned his son had died in a Fjordan cell. But how would he ever know? That was too depressing to dwell on. How much time had passed? What if they couldn't even hear the elder clock in there? The guards were supposed to make the head count at 6 bells. Then Jesper and the others would have until midnight to get the job done. They hoped. Matthias had only spent 3 months at the prison. Protocols could have changed. He might have gotten something wrong. Or maybe the Fjordan just wants us behind bars before he rats us out. But Matthias was sitting silent on the far side of the cell near Cass. Jesper hadn't been able to miss Cass's little skirmish with the Kalish. Cass was usually unshakable during a job, but now he was on edge, and Jesper didn't know why. Part of him wanted to ask, but he knew that was the stupid part. The hopeful farm boy who picked the worst possible person to care about, who searched for signs and things he knew deep down meant nothing. When Cass chose him for a job, when Cass played along with one of his jokes, he could have kicked himself. He'd finally seen the infamous Cass Brecker without a stitch of clothing, and he'd been too worried about ending up on a pike to pay proper attention. But if Jesper was anxious, Wyland looked like he might actually throw up. "What are we supposed to do now?" Wyland whispered. "What good is a lockpick without his picks?" "Be quiet." "And what good are you? A sharpshooter without his guns. You're completely extraneous to this mission." "It's not a mission, it's a job." Matthias calls it a mission. He's military, you're not. And I'm already in jail, so don't tempt me to commit homicide. You aren't going to kill me, and I'm not going to pretend everything is okay. We're stuck in here. You're definitely better suited to a gilded cage than a royal one. And than a real one. I left my father's house. Yeah, you gave up life of luxury so you could slum it with the slobs in the barrel. With the sobs in the barrel. That doesn't make you interesting, Wylan. Just stupid. You don't know anything about it. So tell me, Jesper said, turning to him. We have time. What makes a good little merch boy leave home to keep company with criminals? You act like you were born in a barrel like Cass, but you're not even Kirch. You chose this life too. I like cities. They don't have cities in Novye Zem. Not like Caradom. Have you ever been anywhere but home, the barrel, and fancy embassy dinners? Wylan looked away. Yes? Where? The suburbs for peach season? The races at Kareva, the shoe oil fields, the Yurda farms near Shiftport, Weddell, Elling. Really? My father used to take me everywhere with him. Until what? Until my father took me everywhere until I contracted terrible sickness. Until I vomited at a royal wedding, until I tried to hump the ambassador's leg. The last one, questionable. Why was he trying to hump that leg? Okay. He was interrupted by a guard's voice shouting in Fjordan just as the elder clock began to chime 6 bells. At least the Fjordans were punctual. The guard spoke in Shu and then in Kirch. On your feet. Shimkoppa, the guard demanded. They all looked at him blankly. The piss bucket, he tried in Kirch. Where is? To empty. He pantomimed. There were shrugs and confused glances. The guard's gloomy sulk made it clear he couldn't care less. He shoved a bucket of fresh water into the cell and slammed the bars shut. Jesper pushed to the front and took a big gulp from the cup tied to its handle. Most of it splashed on his shirt. When he handed the cup to Wylan, he made sure it soaked him as well. What are you doing? Wylan protested. Patience, Wylan. And do try to follow along. Jesper hiked up his pants and felt around the thin skin over his ankle. Tell me what's happened. Be quiet, I need to concentrate. It was true. He really didn't want the pellet buried beneath his skin to open up while it was still inside him. He felt along the thin stitches Nina had placed it there. It hurt like hell when he popped them open and slit the pellet out. It was about the size of a raisin and slick with his blood. Nina could be using her powers to split open her skin right now. Her own skin open right now. Jesper wondered if it hurt any less than the stitches. Pull your shirt over your mouth, he told Wylan. What? Stop being dense. You're cuter when you're smart. Wylan's cheeks went pink. He scowled and pulled his collar up. Jesper reached under the bench where he'd hidden the waste bucket and pulled it out. A storm's coming, Jesper said loudly in Kirch. He saw Matthias and Cass draw their collars up. He turned his face away, pulled his shirt over his mouth, and dropped the pellet into the bucket. There was a sizzling whoosh as a cloud of mist bloomed from the water. In seconds, it had blanketed the cells, turning the air a milky green. Wylan's eyes were panicked above his hiked-up collar. Jesper was tempted to pretend to faint, but he settled for the effect of men toppling to the ground all around him. Jesper waited for a count to 60, then dropped his collar and took a tentative breath. The air still smelled sickly sweet and would leave them woozy for a bit, but the worst of it had dispersed. When the guards came through for the next head count, the prisoners would have bad headaches, but not much to tell, and hopefully by then, they'd be long gone. Is that chloro gas? Definitely cuter when you're smart. Yes, the Peloton enzyme-based casing filled with chloro powder. It's harmless unless it comes into contact with any amount of ammonia. Which it just did. The urine in the bucket. But what's the point? We're still stuck in here. Jesper, Cass said, waving him over to the bars. The clock is ticking. Jesper rolled over his shoulders as he approached. This kind of work usually took a lot of time, particularly because he'd never had real training. He placed his hands on either side of a single bar and concentrated on locating the purest particles of ore. What is he doing? Asked Matthias. Performing an ancient Zemeni ritual, Cass said. Really? Really? No. A murky haze was forming between Jesper's hands. Wylan gasped. Is that iron ore? Jesper nodded as he felt sweat break out on his brow. Can you dissolve the bars? Don't be an idiot, Jesper grunted. Do you see how thick they are? In fact, the bar he was working on looked unchanged, but he'd pulled enough iron from it that the cloud between his hands was nearly black. He bent his fingertips and the particles spun, whirring in a tightening spiral that grew narrower and denser. Jesper dropped his hands, and a slender needle fell to the floor with a musical ping. Wylan snatched it up, holding it so the light gleamed over its dull surface. You're a fabricator, Matthias said grimly. Wait, Jesper's also a Grisha? Just barely. You either are or you aren't, said Wylan. I am. He jabbed a finger at Wylan. And you're going to keep your mouth shut about it when we get back to Catterdom. But why would you lie about... I like walking the streets free, said Jesper. I like not worrying about being snatched up by a slaver or put to death by some skiv like our friend Helvar here. Besides, I have other skills that bring me more pleasure and profit than this. Lots of other skills. Wylan coughed. Flirting with him might actually be more fun than annoying him, but it was a close call. Does Nina know you're a Grisha? No, and she's not finding out. I don't need lectures about joining the Second Army and the glorious Rafkan cause. Do it again, Cass interrupted, and hurry. Jesper repeated his effort on another bar. If this was the plan, what was the point to trying to smuggle in those lockpicks? Wylan asked. Cass folded his arms. Ever hear about the dying man whose medic told him he'd been miraculously cured? He danced into the street and was trampled to death by a horse. You have to let the mark feel like he's won. Were the guards studying Matthias and wondering if he looked familiar? Were they looking for trouble when Jesper went into the showers with paraffin slouching off his arm? No, they were too busy congratulating themselves on catching me. They thought they'd neutralized the threat. When Jesper finished, Cass took the two slender lockpicks between his fingers. It was strange to see him work without his gloves, but in moments, the lock clicked open and they were free. Once they were out, Cass used his picks to lock the door behind them. You know your assignments, he whispered. Wylan and I will get Nina and Yanesh out. Jesper, you and Matthias. I know. Nab as much rope as we can find. Be in the basement by half chime. They split. The wheels were in motion. According to Wyland's plans, the stables were adjacent to the gatehouse courtyard. So they would have to backtrack to the holding area. In theory, this section of the prison was only supposed to be active when prisoners were being processed in or out, but they still had to be careful. It would only take one wayward guard to ruin their plans. The scariest part was traversing the walkway through the glass enclosure, a long, brightly lit stretch that left them completely exposed. There was nothing to do but cross their fingers and make a run for it. Then they headed down the stairs and to the left of the chamber where that poor old Grisha amplifier had tested him. Jesper suppressed a shudder. Even though paraffin on his arm always worked at the gambling dens, his heart had still been hammering as he faced her. She'd been thin as a husk and as empty. That was what happened to Grisha, who got found in the wrong place at the wrong time. A life sentence of slavery, or worse. When Jesper pushed open the doors to the stables, he felt some small thing inside him relax. The smell of the hay, the shift of animals in their stalls, the nickering of the horses brought back memories of Novye Zem. In Caterham, the canals rendered most coaches and wagons unnecessary. Horses were a luxury, an indulgence to show that you had the space to keep them and the wealth to care for them. He hadn't realized how much he missed simply being around animals. But there was no time for nostalgia or to stop and stroke a velvety horse. He strode past the stalls and back and into the tack room. Matthias hoisted a massive coil of rope over each shoulder. He looked surprised when Jesper managed two as well. Grew up on a farm, Jesper explained. You don't look it. Sure, I'm skinny, he said as they hurried through the stables. But it stayed drier in the rain. How? Less falls on me. Are all of Kaz's associates as strange as this crew? Matthias asked. Oh, you should meet the rest of the dregs. They make us look like Fjordans. They passed through the showers and, instead of continuing to the holding area, turned down a right flight of stairs and the long dark hall that led to the basement. They were under the main prison now. 5 stories of cell block, prisoners, and guards stacked on top of them. Jesper had expected the rest of the crew to be collecting demo supplies in the big laundry room already, but all he saw were giant tin tubs, long tables for folding, and clothes left to dry overnight on racks taller than he was. They found Wyland and Inesh in the refuse room. It was smaller than the laundry and stank of garbage. 2 big rolling bins full of discarded clothes were pushed against one wall, waiting to be burned. Jesper felt the heat emanating from the incinerator as soon as they entered. We have a problem, Wyland said. How bad? Jesper asked, dumping his coils of rope on the floor. Ines gesturing to a pair of big metal doors set into what looked like a giant chimney that jutted out from the wall and stretched out all the way up to the ceiling. I think they ran the incinerator this afternoon. You said they ran it in the mornings, he said to Matthias. They used to. When Jesper grabbed the doors, the leather-covered handles, and pulled them open, he was hit by a blast of searing air. It carried the black and acrid smell of coal and something else. A chemical smell. Maybe something they added to make the fires burn hotter. It wasn't unpleasant. This was where all the refuse from the prisons were disposed of. Kitchen leavings, buckets of human filth, the clothing stripped from prisoners. But whatever the Fjordans had added to the fuel burned hot enough to sear any foulness away. He leaned in, already beginning to sweat. Far below, he saw the incinerator coals, banked but still pulsing with an angry red glow. Wyland, give me a shirt from one of the bins, Jesper said. He tore off one of the sleeves and tossed it into the shaft. It fell soundlessly, caught flame mid-air, and had begun to burn away to nothing before it ever had the chance to reach the coals. He shut the doors and tossed the remnants of the shirt back in the bin. Well, the ammo is out, he said. We can't take explosives in there. Can you still make the climb? He asked Inej. Maybe. I don't know. What does Cass say? Where is Cass? And where's Nina? Cass doesn't know about the incinerator yet, said Inej. He and Nina went to search the upper cells. Matthias's glower went dark as a rain-heavy sky ready to split. Jesper and I were supposed to go with Nina. Cass didn't want to wait. We were on time, said Matthias angrily. What is he up to? Jesper wondered the same thing. He's going to limp up and down all those flights of stairs, dodging patrols? I may have tried to point that out to him, Inej said. Always surprising, remember? Like a hive of bees, I really hope we're not all about to get stung. Inej, Wylan called from one of the rolling bins. These are our clothes. He reached in and one after the other pulled out Inej's little leather slippers. Her face broke into a dazzling smile. Finally, a bit of luck. Cass didn't have his cane, Jesper didn't have his guns, and Inej didn't have her knives, but at least she had those magic slippers. What do you say, Wraith? Can you make the climb? I can. Jesper took the shoes from Wylan. I didn't think these might be crawling with disease. I would kiss them, and then you. And that's the end of chapter 23. Now we're moving on to Nina, chapter 24. Nina trailed Cass up the stairs. Flight upon steep flight of stone and flickering gaslight. She watched him closely. He was setting a good pace, but his gait was stiff. Why had he insisted on being the one to make this climb? It couldn't be a question of time, so maybe it was what Cass always intended. Maybe he meant to keep some bit of information from Matthias, or he was just determined to keep them all guessing. They paused at every landing, listening for patrols. The prison was full of sounds, and it was hard not to jump at every one of them. Voices floating down the stairwell, the metallic clang of doors opening and closing. Nina thought of the violent chaos of Hellgate, bribes changing hand, blood staining the sand, a world away from this sterile place. The Fjordans could certainly be counted on to keep things orderly. On their way up to the fourth flight, voices and footsteps suddenly burst into the stairwell. Hurriedly, Nina and Cass backtracked to the third floor landing and slipped through the door leading to the cells. The prisoner in the cell nearest to them started to shout. Nina quickly raised a hand and squeezed his airway shut. He stared at her, eyes bulging, chewing at his neck. She stopped his pulse, sending him into unconsciousness as she released the pressure on his larynx, allowing him to breathe. They needed him quiet, not dead. The noises grew as the guards clambered down the stairs, loud, Fjordan reverberating off the walls. Nina held her breath, watching the door, hands ready. Cass had no weapon, but he dropped into a fighting stance, waiting to see if the door would crash open. Instead, the guards continued on past the landing, down to the next floor. When the sounds had faded, Cass signaled to her, and they slipped back out the door, closing it as silently as possible behind them, and continued their ascent. 7 bells struck as they reached the top floor. 1 hour had passed since they'd knocked out the prisoners in the holding area. They had 45 minutes to search the high security cells, meet back at the landing, and get to the basement. Cass gestured for her to take the corridor on the left while he took the right. The door creaked loudly as Nina stepped inside. The lanterns were spaced far apart here, and the shadows between them looked deep enough to fall into. She told herself to be grateful for the cover, but she couldn't deny it was eerie. The cells were different too, with doors of solid steel instead of iron bars. A viewing grate was lodged into each of them at eye level. Well, eye level for Fjordan. Nina was tall, but she still had to stand on tiptoe to peek into them. Most of the prisoners were asleep or resting, curled into corners or flat on their backs with an arm thrown over their eyes to block out the dim lamplight that filtered through the grate. Others sat propped against the wall, staring listlessly at nothing. Occasionally, she found someone pacing back and forth and had to step away quickly. None of them were Shu. Ayor? One called her in Fjordan. She ignored him and moved on, heart thudding. What if Boyo Bayur really was in these cells? She knew it was unlikely, and yet she could kill him in his cell, put him in a deep, painless sleep, and simply stop his heart. She'd tell Cass she hadn't found him. And what if Cass located Boyo Bayur? She might have to wait until they were out of the ice court to find a solution, but she could at least count on Matthias to help her. What a strange, grim bargain they'd struck. But as she worked her way back and forth along the corridors, the tiny hope that the scientist might be there withered away to nothing. One more row of cells, she thought, then back down in the basement with nothing to show for it. Except when she entered the final corridor, she saw it was shorter than the others. Where there should have been more cells, there was a steel door, bright light shining beneath it. A flutter of unease passed through her as she approached, but she made herself push the door open. She had to squint against the brightness. The light was harsh, as clear as daylight, but with none of its warmth. And she couldn't locate its source. She heard the door whooshing closed behind her. At the last moment, she whirled and grabbed it by the edge. Something told her this door would need a key to unlock it from the inside. She looked for anything she might use to prop it open, and had to settle for tearing off a piece from the bottom of her prison trousers and stuffing it in the lock. This place felt wrong. The walls, floor, and ceiling were a white so clean it hurt to look at. Half of one wall was made of panels of smooth, perfect glass, fabricator made, just like the glass enclosure surrounding that vile display of weaponry. No Fjordan craftsman would make surfaces so pristine. Grisha Power had been used to create this glass. She felt sure of it. There were rogue Grisha who served no country and who might consider hiring themselves out to the Fjordan government. But would they survive such a commission? Slave labor seemed more likely. Nina took one step, then another. She glanced back over her shoulder. If a guard entered the corridor behind her, she'd have nowhere to hide. So move, Nina. She peered inside the first window. The cell was as white as the hallway and illuminated by the same sustained bright light. The room was empty and devoid of any kind of furniture. No bench, no basin, no bucket. The only break in all that whiteness was a drain at the very center of the floor, surrounded by reddish stains. What now? She continued to the next cell. It was identical and equally empty, as was the next, and the next. But here something caught her eye. A coin laying next to the drain. No, not a coin. A button. A tiny silver button emblazoned with a wing. the symbol of a Grisha squalor. She felt a chill creep over her arms. Had these cells been crafted by Grisha slaves for Grisha prisoners? Had the glass, the walls, the floor been made to withstand fabricator manipulation? The rooms were devoid of metal. There was no plumbing, no pipes to carry water that a tide maker might abuse. And Nina suspected that the glass was peering through was mirrored on the other side, so that a heart render in the cell couldn't be able to locate a target. These were cells designed to hold Grisha, designed to hold her. She whirled on her heel. Boyo Bayur wasn't here, and she wanted out of this place right now. She snatched the fabric from the lock and blew through the door, not stopping to make sure it closed behind her. The corridor of iron cells was even darker after the brightness that had come before, and she stumbled as she raced back to where she'd come. Nina knew she was being incautious, but she couldn't get the image of those white rooms out of her head. The drain, the stains around it. Had Grisha been tortured there, made to confess their crimes against the people? She'd studied the Fjordans, their leaders, their language. She'd even dreamed of entering the Ice Court as a spy, just like this, of striking at the heart of this nation that hated her so much. But now that she was here, she just wanted to be gone. She'd grown used to Caradom, to the adventures that came with her involvement with the Dregs, to her easy life at the White House. But even there, had she ever felt safe? In a city where she couldn't walk down the streets without fear, I want to go home. The longing for it hit her hard. A physical ache. I want to go home. I want to go back to Ravka. The elder clock began to chime, a soft 3/4 hour. She was late. Still, she forced her steps to slow before she opened the door into the stairway. There was no one there, not even Kaz. She ducked her head into the opposite passage to see if he was coming. Nothing. Iron doors, deep shadow, no sign of Kaz. Nina waited, unsure of what to do. They'd been meant to meet on the landing with 15 minutes to spare before the hour. What if he was in some kind of trouble? She hesitated, and then plunged down the corridor Kaz had been responsible for searching. She raced past the cells, the hallways snaking back and forth, but Kaz was nowhere to be found. Enough, thought Nina when she reached the end of the second corridor. Either Kaz had abandoned her or was already downstairs with the others, or he'd been caught and dragged off somewhere. Either way, she had to get to the incinerator. Once she found the others, they could figure out what to do. She sped back through the halls and threw open the door for the landing. 2 guards stood chatting at the head of the stairs. For a moment, they stared at her, open-mouthed. "Stand!" one shouted in Fjordan, ordering her to halt as they fumbled for their guns. Nina threw out both hands, fingers forming fists, and watched the guards topple backwards. One fell flat on the landing, but the other tumbled down the stairs, his rifle firing, sending bullets pinging against the stone walls, the sound echoing down the hall, down the stairway. Kaz was going to kill her. She was going to kill Kaz. Nina hurtled past the guards' bodies, down 1 flight, 2 flights. On the 3rd floor landing, a door flew open as a guard burst into the stairwell. Nina twisted her hands in the air, and the guard's neck broke with an audible snap. She was plunged down the next flight before his body struck the ground. And she was plunging down the next flight of stairs. Okay. That was when the elder clock began to chime. Not the steady tolling of the hour, but a shrill clamor, high and percussive. A sound of alarm. Wow. Okay. Nina fucked up. I knew something's gonna go wrong. Holy shit. Now, 25. Inej. Inej looked up into the dark. High above her floated a small, gray patch of evening sky. 6 levels to climb in the dark with her hands slippery from sweat and the fires of hell burning below, with the rope weighing her down and no net to catch her. Climb, Inej. Bare hands were best for climbing, but the incinerator walls were far too hot to permit that. So Wylan and Jesper had helped her fish Cass's gloves from the laundry bins. She hesitated briefly. Cass would tell her to just put the gloves on, to do whatever it took to get the job done. And yet, she felt cautiously guilty as she slid the supple black leather over her hands. As if she had crept into his rooms without his permission. Read his letters laying down in his bed. The gloves were unlined, with the slenderest slashes hidden in the fingertips. A sleight of hand, she realized, so that he can keep contact with coins or cards or finesse the workings of a lock. Touch without touch. There was no time to acclimate herself to the oversized feel of the gloves. Besides, she'd climbed with covered hands plenty of times when the Ketterdam winters had turned her fingers numb. She flexed her toes in the little leather slippers, reveling in the familiar feel of them. Reveling in the familiar feel of them on her feet, bouncing on her nubby rubber soles, fearless and eager. The heat was nothing, mere discomfort. The weight of 70 feet rope coiled around her body, she was the Wraith. She'd suffered worse. She launched herself up into the chimney with pure confidence. When her fingers made contact with the stone, she hissed in a breath. Even through the leather, she could feel the dense heat of the bricks. Without the gloves, her skin would have started to blister right away. But there was nothing to expect. There was nothing to do except hold on. She climbed, hand, then foot, then hand again, seeking the next small crack, the next divot, in the soot-slick walls. Sweat coursed down her back. They doused the robes with her clothes in water, but it didn't seem to be doing much good. Her whole body felt flushed, suffused with blood as if she were being slowly cooked in her own skin. Her feet pulsed with heat. They felt heavy, clumsy, as if they belonged to someone else. She tried to center herself. She trusted her body. She knew her own strength and exactly what she could do. Another hand up, forcing her limbs to cooperate, seeking a rhythm. But finding only an awkward syncopation that left her muscles trembling with every upward gain. She reached for the next hold, digging in. Climb, Inej. Her foot slipped, her toes lost contact with the wall, and her stomach lurched as she felt the pull of her weight on the ropes. She gripped the stone, digging the cracks, Cass's gloves bunching around her damp fingers. Again, her toes sought purchase, but only slid over the bricks. Then, her other foot began to slip too. She sucked in a gust of searing air. Something was wrong. She risked a glance down. Far below, she saw the red glow of the coals. But it was what she saw on her feet that shocked her heart into a panic gallop. They were a gummy mess. The soles of her shoes, her perfect, beloved shoes, were melting. It's all right, she told herself. Just change your grip. Put your weight on your shoulders. The rubber will cool off as you go higher. It will help you grip. But her feet felt like they were on fire. Seeing what was happening had somehow made it worse, as if the rubber was fusing with her flesh. Inej blinked the sweat from her eyes and hauled herself up a few more inches. From somewhere above, she heard the chime of the elder clock, the half hour, the quarter till. She had to move faster. She should be on the roof by now, attaching the rope. She pushed higher and her foot skidded down the brick. She dropped her whole body, stuttering against the wall as she scrambled for purchase. There was no one to save her, no Cass to come for her rescue, no net waiting to break her fall, only the fire ready to claim her. Inej canted her head back, seeking the path of sky. It still seemed impossibly distant. How far was it? 20 feet? 30? It might as well have been miles. She was going to die here, slowly, horribly on the coals. They were all going to die. Kaz, Nina, Jesper, Matthias, Wylan. And it was her fault. No, it wasn't. She hefted herself up another foot. Cass brought us here, and then another. She forced herself to find the next hold. Cass and his greed. She didn't feel guilty. She wasn't sorry. She was just mad. Mad at Cass for attempting this insane job. Furious with herself for agreeing to it. And why had she? To pay off her debt? Or because despite all good sense and better intentions, she'd let herself feel something for the bastard of the barrel? Now we're making a little time skip back to Inej's past. When Inej entered Tante Helene's salon on that long ago night, Cass Brecker had been waiting, dressed in darkest gray, leaning in his crow's head cane. The salon was furnished in gold and teal, one wall patterned entirely in peacock feathers. Inej hated every inch of the menagerie, the parlor where she and the other girls were forced to coo and bat their lashes at prospective clients. A bedroom that had been made up to look like some farcical version of a Suli caravan, festooned in purple silk and redolent with incense. But Tante Helene's salon was the worst. It was the room for beatings, for Helene's worst rages. Inej had tried to escape when she'd first arrived in Catterdom. She'd gotten 2 blocks from the menagerie, still in her silks, dazed by the light and chaos of West Stave, running without direction, before Cobbett had clamped a meaty hand on the nape of her neck and hauled her back. Helene took her into the salon and beat her badly enough that she hadn't been able to work for a week. But a month after, Helene had kept her in golden chains, not even letting her go down to the parlor. When she'd finally unlocked the shackles, Helene just said, "You owe me for a month of lost income. Run again and I'll have you thrown in Hellgate for breach of contract." That night, she'd entered the salon with dread. When she'd seen Cass Brecker there, her dread only doubled. Dirty Hands must have informed on her. He told Tante Helene that she'd spoken out of turn, that she'd been trying to make trouble. But Helene had leaned back in her silken chair and said, "Well, littlings, it seems you're someone else's problem now. Apparently Père Haskell has a taste for Suli girls. He's purchased your indenture for a very tidy sum." Inej swallowed. Moving to a different house?" Helene waved a hand. "Haskell doesn't own a pleasure house, if you can call it that. Somewhere in the lower barrel, but you'd be a waste of money there. But you'd be a waste of money here, of his money there. Though you'd certainly learn just how kind Tante Helene has been to you. No, Haskell wants you for his very own." "Who was Père Haskell? Doesn't matter," said a voice in her head. "He's a man who buys women. That's all you need to know." Inej's distress must have been obvious because Tante Helene laughed lightly. "Don't worry. He's old. Disgustingly old. But he seems harmless enough. Of course, one never knows." She lifted a shoulder. "Perhaps he'll share you with his errand boy, Mr. Brecker." Cass turned his cold eyes on Tante Helene. Are we done? It was the first time Inej had heard him speak, and she was startled by the rough burn of his voice. Elaine sniffed, adjusting the neckline of her shimmering blue gown. We are indeed, you little wretch. She heated a stick of peacock blue wax and affixed her seal of the document before her. Then she rose and examined her reflection in the looking glass that hung above the mantel. Inej watched Helene straighten the diamond choker on her neck, the jewels glinting brightly. Through the din of confusion in her head, Inej thought they looked like stolen stars. Goodbye, littlings, said Tante Helene. I doubt you'll last more than a month in that part of the barrow. She glanced at Kaz. Don't be surprised if she runs. She's faster than she looks. But maybe Père Haskell will enjoy that too. See yourselves out. She swept from the room in a billow of silk and honeyed perfume, leaving a stunned Inej in her wake. Slowly, Kaz crossed the room and shut the door. Inej tensed for whatever was come next, fingers twisting in her silks. Père Haskell runs the dregs, Kaz said. You've heard of us. You've heard of us? They're your gang. Yes, and Haskell's my boss. Yours too, if you like. She summoned her courage and said, and if I don't like? I'll withdraw the offer and go back home looking like a fool. You stay here with that monster Helene. Inej's hands flew to her mouth. She listens, Inej whispered, terrified. Let her listen. The barrel has all kinds of monsters in it, and some of them are very beautiful indeed. I pay Helene for information. In fact, I pay her for too much for information. But I know exactly what she is. I asked Père Haskell to pay off your indenture. Do you know why? You like Suli girls? I don't know enough Suli girls to say. He moved to the desk and picked up the document, tucking it in his coat. The other night, when you spoke to me. I meant no offense, You wanted to offer me information, perhaps in return for help. A letter to your parents, some extra pay. Inej cringed. That was exactly what she'd wanted. She'd overheard gossip about a silk trade and had thought to make some kind of exchange. It was foolish. Brash. Is Inej Gaffa your real name? A strange sound escaped Inej's throat. Part sob, part laugh. A weak, embarrassing sound. But it had been months since she'd heard her own name, her family name. Yes, she managed. Is that what you prefer to be called? Of course, she said, then added. Is Cass Brecker your real name? Real enough. Last night, when you approached me, I didn't know you were anywhere near me until you spoke. Inej frowned. She'd wanted to be silent, so she had been. What did that matter? Belts on your ankles, Cass said, gesturing to her costume. But I didn't hear you. Purple silks and spots painted on your shoulders, but I didn't see you. And I see everything. She shrugged, and he cocked his head to one side. Were you trained as a dancer? An acrobat, she paused. My family were all acrobats. High wire. And swings, juggling, tumbling. Did you work with a net? Only when I was very little. Good. There aren't any nets in Caradon. Have you ever been in a fight? She shook her head. Killed someone? Her eyes widened. No. Ever think about it? She paused and then crossed her arms. Every night. That's a start. I don't want to kill people. Not really. That's a solid policy until people want to kill you. And in our line of work, that happens a lot. Our line of work? I want you to join the dregs. Doing what? Gathering information. I need a spider to climb the walls of Caradam's houses and businesses, to listen at windows and in the eaves. I need someone who can be invisible, who can become a ghost. Do you think you could do that? I'm already a ghost, she thought. I died in the hold of a slaver ship. I think so. This city is full of rich men and women. You're going to learn their habits, their comings and goings, the dirty things they do at night, the crimes they try to cover by day, their shoe sizes, their save combinations, the toy they loved best as a child, and I'm going to use that information to take away their money. What happens when you take their money and become a rich man? Cass' mouth had quirked slightly at that. Then you can steal my secrets too. This is why you bought me? The humor vanished from his face. Père Haskell didn't buy you. He paid off your indenture. That means you owe him money. A lot of it. But it's a real contract. Here, he said, removing Helene's document from his coat. I want you to see something. I don't read Kirch. Oh. It doesn't matter. See these numbers? This is the price Helene claims you borrowed from her for transport from Rafka. This is the money you've earned in her employ. And this is what you still owe her. But that's not possible. It's more than when I... It's more now than when I got here. That's right. She charged for your room, board, grooming. She bought me, Ines said, her anger rising despite herself. I couldn't even read what I was signing. Slavery is illegal in Kirch. Indentures are not. I know this contract is a sham, and any thinking judge would too. Unfortunately, Helene has many thinking judges in her pocket. Père Haskell is offering you a loan. No more, no less. Your contract will be in Rafkin. You'll pay interest, but it won't break you. And as long as you pay him a certain percentage every month, you'll be free to come and go as you please. Ines shook her head. None of this seemed possible. Ines, let me be very clear with you. If you skip out on your contract, Haskell will send people after you. People who make Tante Helene look like a doting grandmother. And I won't stop him. I'm putting my neck on the line for this little agreement. It's not a position I enjoy. If this is true, Ines said slowly, then I'm free to say no. Of course, but you're obviously dangerous, he said. I'd prefer you never became dangerous to me. Dangerous. She wanted to clutch the word to her. She was fairly sure this boy was demented or just hopelessly deluded. But she liked that word. And unless she was mistaken, he was offering to let her walk out of this house tonight. This isn't a trick, is it? Her voice was smaller than she wanted it to be. The shadow of something dark moved across Kaz's face. If it were a trick, I'd promise you safety. I'd offer you happiness. I don't know if that exists in a barrel, but you'll find none of it with me. For some reason, those words had comforted her. Better terrible truths than kind lies. All right, she said. How do we begin? Let's start by getting out of here and finding you some proper clothes. Oh, and Ines, he said as he led her out of the salon, don't ever sneak up on me again. The truth was, she tried to sneak up on Cass plenty of times since then. She'd never managed it. It was as if once Cass had seen her, he'd understood how to keep seeing her. She'd trusted Cass Brecker that night. She'd become the dangerous girl he'd sensed lurking inside her. But she'd made the mistake of continuing to trust him, of believing in the legend he'd built around himself. That myth had brought her here to the sweltering darkness, balanced between life and death, like the last leaf clinging to an autumn branch. In the end, Cass Brecker was just a boy, and she'd let him lead her to this fate. She couldn't even blame him. She'd let herself be led because she hadn't known where she'd wanted to go. The heart is an arrow. 4 million Kruger, freedom, a chance to return home. She'd said she wanted these things, but in her heart she couldn't bear the thought of returning to her parents. Could she tell her mother and father the truth? Would they understand all she'd done to survive? Not just at the menagerie, but every day since? Could she lay her head in her mother's lap and be forgiven? What would they see when they looked at her? Climb, Inej. But where was there to go? What life was waiting for her after all she'd suffered? Her back ached, her hands were bleeding, the muscles in her legs shook with invisible tremors, and her skin felt like it was ready to peel away from her body. Every breath of black air seared her lungs. She couldn't breathe deeply. She couldn't even focus on that gray patch of sky. The sweat kept beating down her forehead and stinging her eyes. If she gave up, she'd be giving up all of them. For Jesper, and Wylan, for Nina and her Fjorden, for Cass. She couldn't do that. It isn't up to you anymore, littlings. Tante Helene's voice crooned in her head. How long have you been holding on to nothing? The heat of the incinerator wrapped around Inej like a living thing. A desert dragon in his den, hiding from the eyes waiting for her. She knew her body's limits, and she knew she had no more to give. She'd made a bad wager. It was as simple as that. The autumn leaf might cling to its branch, but it was already dead. The only question was when it would fall. Let go, Inej. Her father had taught her to climb, to trust the rope, the swing, and finally, to trust in her own skill, to believe that if she leapt, she would reach the other side. Would he be waiting for her there? She thought of her knives, hidden away aboard the Farallon. Maybe they could get some other girl who dreamed of being dangerous. She whispered their names. Peter, Maria, Anastasia, Vladimir, Lisbetta, Sancta Alina. Martyred before she could turn 18. Let go, Inej. Should she jump now, or simply wait for her body to give out? Inej felt the wetness on her cheeks. Was she crying now? Was she crying now to everything she'd done and had done to her? Then she heard it, a soft patter, a gentle drum that had no real rhythm. She felt it on her cheeks and face. She heard the hiss as it struck the coals below. Rain. Cool and forgiving, Inej tilted her head back. Somewhere she heard bells ringing the 3/4 hour, but she didn't care. She only heard the music of the rain as it washed away the sweat and soot. The coal smoke of Caradam, the face paint of the menagerie, as it bathed the jewed strands of the robe and hardened the rubber on her suffering feet. It felt like a blessing, though she knew Cass would just call it weather. She had to move now, quickly, before the stones grew slick and the rain became an enemy. She forced her muscles to flex, her fingers to seek. She pulled herself up one foot, then another, again and again, murmuring prayers of gratitude to her saints. Here was the rhythm that had eluded her before, buried in the whispered cadence of their names. But even as she gave thanks, she knew that the rain was not enough. She wanted a storm, thunder, wind, a deluge. She wanted it to crash through Catadam's pleasure houses, lifting roofs and tearing doors off their hinges. She wanted it to raise the seas, take hold of every slaving ship, shatter their masts and smash their hulls against unforgiving shores. I want to call that storm, she thought, and 4 million Kruger might be enough to do it. Enough for her own ship, something small and fierce and laden with firepower. Something like her. She would hunt, she would hunt the slavers and their buyers. They would learn to fear her. They would know her by her name. The heart is an arrow, it demands aim to land true. She clung to the wall, but it was purpose she grasped at long last, and that carried her upward. She was not a lynx or a spider or even the wraith. She was Inej Gefa, and her future was waiting above. That's the end of chapter 25. Let me take a quick break here. How are you guys doing? How's it going, guys? Oh. How do you guys are you guys enjoying the book so far? It's goddamn. I'm loving it. That like little exchange of like past Inej and Cass was really nice. And Inej finding her purpose now and climbing out of that fucking chimney. Fucking hell. That's so good. All right. Man, this book is so fucking good. Can't say it enough. It's really, really good. All right. I'm gonna take a little stretch break and I'll be back in like a few minutes. All right, I have returned. How you guys doing? How you guys feeling? We're probably going to do a little bit more of the book because fuck yeah. This book is just too good. And then we'll chill for a little bit longer because there's a video I wanted to watch. And maybe we'll play like a game or something as well for a bit. I don't know yet. We shall see. But first, book shall continue. Oh. Going back to Kaz in chapter 26. Oh boy. Oh, we're getting close to the end of part 4. I don't know. Shall we end on part 4 or should we continue reading? Damn, part 5 is long. Yeah, I think we could continue a little bit after part 4 ended. All right. Kaz sped through the upper cell, sparing brief seconds for a glance to each grate. Boyo Bayur would not be here, and he didn't have much time. Part of him felt unhinged. He had no cane. His feet were bare. He was in strange clothes, his hands pale and ungloved. He didn't like himself at all. No, that wasn't quite true. He felt like the Kaz he'd been in the weeks after Jordy had died, like a wild animal fighting to survive. Kaz spotted a Shu prisoner lurking at the back of one of the cells. "Seshu ye," he whispered. But if the man recognized the code word, he didn't acknowledge it. Yulbayor? Nothing. The man started shouting at him in Shu, and Cass hurried away, past the rest of the cells, then slipped out on the landing and charged down to the next level as fast as he could manage. He knew he was being reckless, selfish. But wasn't that why they called him Dirty Hands? No job too risky, no deeds too low. Dirty Hands would see the rough work done. He wasn't sure what was driving him. It was possible Pekka Rollins wasn't here. It was possible he was dead. But Cass didn't believe it. I'd know. Somehow I'd know. Your death belongs to me, he whispered. And now we're jumping back again to Cass's past right after he did the swim with Jordy's corpse. So I don't know what to expect. Maybe it's gonna get a bit rougher again. We'll see. The swim back from the Reaper's barge had been Cass's rebirth. The child he'd been had died of firepox. The fever had burned away every gentle thing inside him. Survival wasn't nearly as hard as he thought once he left decency behind. The first rule was to find someone smaller and weaker and take what he had. Though small and weak as Cass was, that was no easy task. He shuffled up from the harbor, keeping to the alleys, heading toward the neighborhood where the Hartsoons had lived. When he spotted a sweet shop, he waited outside. Then waylaid a chubby little schoolboy lagging behind his friends. Cass knocked him down, emptied his pockets, and took his bag of licorice. "Give me your trousers," he'd said. "They're too big for you," the boy had cried. Cass bit him. The boy gave up his trousers. Cass rolled them into a ball and threw them in the canal, then ran as fast as his weak legs could take him. He didn't want the trousers. He just wanted the boy to wait before he went wailing for help. He knew the schoolboy would huddle in that alley for a long while, weighing the shame of appearing half-dressed in the street with the need to get home and tell what had happened. Cass stopped running when he reached the darkest alley he could find in the barrel. He crammed all the licorice into his mouth at once, swallowing it in painful gulps, and promptly vomited it up. He took the money and bought a hot roll of white bread. He was barefoot and filthy. The baker gave him a second roll just to stay away. When he felt a bit stronger, a bit less shaky, he walked to East Stave. He found the dingiest gambling den, one with no sign and just a single lonely barker out front. "I want a job," he said at the door. "Don't have any, nub." "I'm good with numbers." The man laughed. "Can you clean a piss pot?" "Yes." "Well, too bad. We already have a boy who cleans the piss pots." Cass waited all night until he saw a boy about his age leave the premises. He followed him for 2 blocks, then hit him in the head with a rock. He sat down on the boy's legs and pulled off his shoes, then slashed the soles of his feet with a piece of broken bottle. The boy would recover, but he wouldn't be working anytime soon. Touching the bare flesh of his ankles had filled Cass with revulsion. He kept seeing the white bodies of the Reaper's barge, feeling the ripe bloat of Jordy's skin beneath his hands. The next evening, he returned to the den. "I want a job," he says, and he had one. From there, he'd worked and scraped and saved. He trailed the professional thieves of the barrel and learned how to pick pockets and how to cut the laces on the lady's purse. He did his first stint in jail. And then a second. He quickly earned a reputation for being willing to take any job a man needed done, and the name Dirty Hands soon followed. He was an unskilled fighter, but a tenacious one. "You have no finesse," a gambler at the Silver Gata once said to him. "No technique." Sure I do, Cass responded. I practiced the art of pull his shirt over his head and punch till you see blood. He still went by Cass, as he always had, but he stole the name Brekka of a piece of machinery he'd seen on the docks. Rietveld, his family name, was abandoned, cut away like a rotten limb. It was a country name, his last tie to Jordy and his father and the boy he'd been. But he didn't want Jacob Hartsoon to see him coming. He found out that the con Hartsoon had run on him and Jordy was a common one. The coffee house and the house on the Silverstrad had been nothing more than stage sets, used to fleece fools from the country. Philip, with his mechanical dogs had been the roper, used to draw Jordy in, while Margit, Saskia, and the clerks at the trade office had all been shills in on the scam. Even one of the bank officers had to have been in on it, passing information to Hartsoon about their customers and tipping him off to newcomers from the country opening accounts. Hartsoon had probably been running the con on multiple marks at once. Jordy's sole fortune wasn't enough to justify such a setup. But the cruelest discovery was Cass's gift for cards. It might have made him and Jordy rich. Once he learned the game, it took him mere hours to master it, and then he simply couldn't be beaten. He could remember every hand that had been played, each bet that was made. He could keep track of the deal for up to 5 decks. And if there was something he couldn't recall, he made it up for it by cheating. He'd never lost his love for sleight of hand, and he graduated from palming coins into cards, cups, wallets, and watches. A good magician wasn't much different from a proper thief. Before long, he was banned from play in every gambling hall on East Stave. In each place he went, in each bar and flop house and brothel and squat, he asked after Jacob Hartsoon. But if anyone knew the name, they refused to admit it. Then, one day, Cass was crossing a bridge over East Stave when he saw a man with florid cheeks and tufty sideburns entering a gin shop. He wasn't wearing staid Mercer black any longer, but garish striped trousers and a maroon paisley vest. His velvet coat was bottle green. Cass pushed through the crowd and mind buzzing, heart racing, unsure of what he meant to do. But at the door to the shop, a giant bruiser in a bowler hat stopped him with one meaty hand. "Shop's closed." "I can see it's open." Cass' voice sounded wrong to him. Reedy. Unfamiliar. "You'll have to wait." "I need to see Jacob Hartsoon." "Who?" Cass felt like he was about to climb out of his skin. He pointed through the window. "Jacob fucking Hartsoon. I want to talk to him." The bruiser had looked at Cass as if he were deranged. "Get your head straight, lad," he said. "That ain't no Hartsoon. That's Pekka Rollins. To get anywhere in the barrel, you'd best learn his name." Cass knew Pekka Rollins' name. Everyone did. He'd just never seen the man. I kind of had a feeling that Jacob Hartsoon was just a cover-up name, and that was actually Pekka, considering the whole thing that he wants to see Pekka dead for what he did to his brother. At that moment, Rollins turned toward the window. Cass waited for acknowledgement. A smirk, a sneer, some spark of recognition, but Rollins' eyes passed right over him. One more mark, one more call. Why would he remember? Cass had been courted by any number of gangs who liked his way with his fists in the cards. He'd always said no. He'd come to the barrel to find Hartsoon and punish him, not to join some makeshift family. But learning that his real target was Pekka Rollins changed everything. That night, he lay awake on the floor of the squad he'd holed up in and thought of what he wanted, of what finally make things right for Jordy. Pekka Rollins had taken everything from Kaz. If Kaz intended to do the same to Rollins, he would need to become his equal, and then his better. And he couldn't do it alone. He needed a gang, and not just any gang, but one that needed him. The next day, he'd walked into the slat and asked Per Haskell if he could use another soldier. He'd known even then, though, he'd start as a grunt, but the dregs would become his army. And now we're jumping back again to the present day, or the present part. Had all of those steps brought him here tonight, to these dark corridors? It was hardly the vengeance he dreamed of. The rows of cells stretched on, infinite, impossible. There was no way he would find Rollins in time, but it was only impossible until it wasn't, until he sighted that big frame, that florid face through the grate and an iron door. It was only impossible until he was standing in front of Pekka Rollins' cell. What? They did capture him? Oh my god! What the fuck? That's insane. Okay. He was on his side, sleeping. Someone had given him a bad beating. Cass watched the rise and fall of his chest. How many times had Cass seen Pekka since that first glimpse in the gin shop? Never once had there been a flicker of recognition. Cass wasn't a boy any longer. There was no reason Pekka should be able to see the child he'd swindled in his features, but it made him furious every time their paths had crossed. It wasn't right. Pekka's face, Hatsun's face, was undeniable in Cass's mind. Indelible in Cass's mind, carved there by a jagged blade. Cass hung back now, feeling the delicate weight of his lockpicks like an insect cradled in his palm. Wasn't this what he wanted? To see Pekka brought low, humiliated, miserable, and hopeless? The best of his crew dead on pikes? Maybe this could be enough. Maybe all he needed now was for Pekka to know exactly who he was, exactly what he'd done. He could stage a little trial of his own, pass sentence, and mete it out too. The elder clock began to chime the 3/4 hour. He should go. There wasn't much time left to get to the basement. Nina would be waiting for him. They all would. But he needed this. He'd fought for this. It wasn't the way he'd imagined, but maybe it made no difference. If Pekka Rollins was put to death by some nameless Fjordan executioner, then none of this would matter. Cass would have 4 million Kruger, but Jordy would never have his revenge. The lock on the door gave up easily to Cass's picks. Pekka's eyes opened and he smiled. He hadn't been sleeping at all. "Hello, Brekka," Rollins said. "Came to gloat?" "Not exactly," Kaz replied, and he let the door slam shut behind him. And that's the end of part 4. What the fuck is that cliffhanger? Now we have to wait until next Kaz part, because I don't think, it's not gonna be Kaz. I wanna know, I feel like he's gonna beat the fuck out of Pekka, or just have a nice little chat with him. Chat. Just a quick chat. Nothing crazy, just, Old pals catching up, having a good talk with each other. Maybe some fists flying. I don't know. All right. We shall start with part 5, called The Ice Does Not Forgive. Chapter 27 is Jesper's perspective again. Where the hell is Cass? Jesper bounced from foot to foot in front of the incinerator, the dim clang of alarm bells ringing his ears, rattling his thoughts. Yellow protocol, red protocol, he couldn't remember which was which. Their whole plan had been built around never hearing the sound of an alarm. Inej had secured a rope to the roof and dropped down a line for them to climb. Jesper had sent the rest of the rope up with Wylan and Matthias, along with a pair of shears he'd located in the laundry and a crutch. And a crude grappling hook he'd fashioned from the metal slats of a washboard. Then he'd cleaned the spatter of rain and moisture from the floor of the refuse room, and made sure there were no scraps of rope or other signs of their presence. There was nothing left to do but wait and panic when the alarm started to ring. He heard people shouting to each other, a hail of stomping boots through the ceiling above. Any minute, some intuitive guard might venture down to the basement. If they found Jesper by the incinerator, the route to the roof would be obvious. He'd be damning not only himself, but the others as well. Come on, Cass, I'm waiting on you. They all were. Nina had come charging into the room only minutes before, gasping for breath. Go, she'd cried. What are you waiting for? You, Jesper shot back, but when he asked where Kaz was, Nina's face had crumpled. I hoped he was with you. She'd vanished up the rope, grunting with effort, leaving Jesper standing below, frozen with indecision. Had the guards captured Kaz? Was he somewhere in the prison fighting for his life? He's Kaz Brekker. Even if they locked him up, Kaz could escape any cell, any pair of shackles. Jesper could leave the rope for him. Pray the rain and the cooling incinerator was enough to keep the bottom of it from burning away. But if he just kept standing here like a podge, he'd give away their escape route, and they'd all be doomed. There was nothing to do but climb. So Jesper grabbed the rope just as Kaz hurtled through the door. His shirt was covered in blood, his dark hair a wild mess. Hurry, he said without preamble. 1,000 questions crowded into Jesper's head, but he didn't stop to ask them. He swung out over the coals and started to climb. Rain was still falling in a light patter from above, and he felt the rope tremble as Kaz took hold beneath him. When Jesper looked down, he saw Kaz bracing himself to sling the incinerator doors closed behind them. Jesper put hand over hand, pulling himself up from knot to knot. His arms beginning to ache, the rope cutting into his palms, bracing his feet against the wall of the incinerator when he needed to. Then recoiling at the heat of the bricks. How had Inej made this climb with nothing to hold on to? High above, the Elder Clock's alarm bells still clanged like a drawer full of angry pots and pans. What had gone wrong? Why had Kaz and Nina been separated? And how are they going to get out of this? Jesper shook his head. trying to blink the rain from his eyes, muscles bunching in his back as he rose higher. "Thank the saints!" he gasped when Matthias and Wyland grabbed his shoulders and hauled him up for the last few feet. He tumbled over the lip of the chimney and onto the roof, drenched and trembling like a half-drowned kitten. "Cass is on the rope!" Matthias and Wyland seized the rope to pull him up. Jesper wasn't sure how much Wyland was actually helping, but he was certainly working hard. They dragged Cass out of the shaft. He flopped onto his back, gulping air. "Where's Inesh?" he panted. "Where's Nina?" "Already on the embassy roof," said Matthias. "Leave this rope and take the rest," Cass said. "Let's move." Matthias and Wyland tossed the incinerator rope into a grimy heap and grabbed 2 clean coils. Jesper took one and forced himself to his feet. He followed Cass to the lip of the roof, where Inesh had secured a tether that ran from the top of the prison to the embassy sector roof below. Someone had rigged up a sling for those without the Wraith's particular gift for flaunting gravity. "Thank the saints, Jill, and your Aunt Ava," Jesper said gratefully, and slid down the rope, followed by the others. The roof of the embassy was curved, probably to keep the snow off, but it was a bit like walking on the humpback of an enormous whale. It was also decidedly more porous than the prison roof. It was pocked with multiple points of entry, vents, chimneys, small glass domes designed to let in the night. Nina and Inesh were tucked up against the base of the biggest dome, a filigreed skylight that overlooked the embassy's entry rotunda. It didn't offer much shelter from the dwindling rain, but should any of the guards on the ring wall turn their attention away from the approach road and onto the rooftops of the court, the crew would be hidden from view. Nina had Inesh's feet in her lap. "I can't get all the rubber off her heels," she said, as she saw them approaching. "Help her," said Cass. "Me?" Jesper said. "You don't mean..." "Do it." Jesper crawled over to get a better look at Inesh's blistered feet, keenly aware of Cass tracking his movements. Cass's reaction the last time Inesh was injured had been more than a little disturbing, though this wasn't nearly as bad as a stab wound, and this time Cass didn't have the black tips to blame. Jesper focused on the particles of rubber, trying to draw them away from Inesh's flesh the same way he'd extracted ore from the prison bars. Inesh knew his secret, but Nina was gaping at him. "You're a fabricator?" "Would you believe me if I said no?" "Why didn't you tell me?" "You never asked," he said lamely. "Jesper, just leave it alone, Nina." She pressed her lips together, but he knew that this wasn't the last he'd heard of it. He made himself refocus on Inesh's feet. "Saints," he said. Inesh grimaced. "That bad?" "No, you just have really ugly feet." "Ugly feet got you on this roof." "But we're stuck here?" asked Nina, the elder clock ceasing its ringing, and in the silence that followed, she shut her eyes in relief. "Finally." "What happened at the prison?" Wyland asked, the panic crackle back in his voice. "What triggered the alarm?" "I ran into 2 guards," said Nina. Jesper glanced up from his work. "You didn't put them down?" "I did, but one of them got off a few shots. Another guard came running. Then, this was when the bell started." "Damn, so that's what set off the alarm?" "Maybe," said Nina. "Where are you, Cass? I wouldn't have been in the stairwell if I hadn't wasted time looking for you. Why didn't you meet me on the landing?" Cass was peering down through the glass of the dome. I decided to search the cells on the 5th floor too. They all stared at him. Jesper felt his temper beginning to fray. What the hell is this? He said. You take off before Matthias and I get back. Then you decide to expand your search and leave Nina thinking you're in trouble? There was something I needed to take care of. Not good enough. I had a hunch, Cass said. I followed it. Nina's expression was pure disbelief. A hunch? I made a mistake, rolled Cass. All right. No, said Ines calmly. You owe us an explanation. After a moment, Cass said, I went looking for Pekka Rollins. A look passed between Cass and Ines that Jesper didn't understand. There was knowledge in it that he'd been locked out of. For saint's sake, why? Asked Nina. I wanted to know who in the dregs leaked information to him. Jesper waited. And? I couldn't find him. What about the blood on your shirt? Matthias asked. Running with a guard. Jesper didn't believe it. Cass ran a hand over his eyes. I screwed up, I made a bad call, and I deserve the blame for it. But that doesn't change our situation. What is our situation? Nina asked Matthias. What would they do now? The alarm was Yellow Protocol, a sector disturbance. Jesper pushed at his temples. I don't remember what that means. My guess is that they think someone's attempting a prison break. That sector is already sealed off from the rest of the ice court, so they are authorized to search. Probably try to figure out who's missing from the cells. They'll find the people we knocked out in the women's and men's holding areas, said Wyland. We need to get out of here. Forget Boyo Bayor. Matthias cut a dismissive hand through the air. It's too late. If the guards think there's a prison break in progress, the checkpoints will be on high alert. They're not going to let anyone just walk through. We could still try, said Jesper. We get Inez's feet patched up. She flexed him, and then stood, testing her bare soles on the gravel. I feel all right. My calluses are gone, though. I'll give you an address where you can mail your complaints, Nina said with a wink. Okay, the Wraith is ambulatory, Jesper said, rubbing a sleeve over his damp face. The rain had faded away to a light mist. We find a cozy room to bash some partygoers on the head and waltz out of this place decadent in their finest. Past the embassy gate and 2 checkpoints, Matthias said skeptically. They didn't know anyone escaped the prison sector. They saw Nina and Cass, so they know people are out of their cells, but the guards at the checkpoints are going to be looking for hoodlums in prison clothes, not sweet-smelling dillops in fancy dress. We have to do this before they get wise to the fact that the 6 people are on the loose in the outer circle. Forget it, Nina said. I came here to find Boyo Bayor, and I'm not leaving without him. What's the point? Said Wyland. Even if you manage to get to the White Island and find Boyo Bayor, we'll have no way out. Jesper's right. We should go now while we still have a chance. Nina folded her arms. If I have to cross the White Island alone, I will. That may not be an option, said Matthias. Look. They gathered around the base of the glass dome. The rotunda below was a mass of people drinking, laughing, greeting each other, a kind of raucous party before the celebrations on the White Island. As they watched, a group of new guards pushed into the room, trying to form the crowd into lines. They're adding another checkpoint, Matthias said. They're going to review everyone's identification again before they allow people access to the bridge, to the glass bridge. Because of Yellow Protocol? Asked Jesper. Probably a precaution. It's like seeing the last bit of their luck drain from a glass. And that decides it, said Jesper. We cut our losses and try to get out now. I know a way, Ines said quietly. They all turned to look at her. The yellow light from the dome pooled in her dark eyes. We can get through that checkpoint and into the White Island. She pointed below to where the two groups of people had entered the rotunda from the gatehouse courtyard and were shaking the mist on their clothes. The girls from the House of the Blue Iris were easily identified by the color of their gowns and the flowers displayed in their hair and at their necklines. And no one could mistake the men of the Anvil. Extensive tattoos on proud display, arms bare despite the chilly weather. The West Stave delegations have started to arrive. We can get in. Ines, said Cass. Nina and I can get inside, she continued. Her back was straight, her tone steady. She looked like someone facing the firing squad and saying, damn the blindfolds. We enter with the menagerie. Oh, they're also doing like a count now with the bell chimes. So the first chapter now was 8 bells. Now we're Inej, 8 bells and a half. Cass was watching her intently, his bitter coffee eyes glittering in the light from the dome. You know these costumes, she said. Heavy cloaks, hoods, that's all the Fjordans will see. A Zemeni fawn, a Kalish mare. She swallowed and forced the next words past her lips. A Suli lynx. Not people, not even really girls, just lovely objects to be collected. I've always wanted to tumble as a mini girl, a customer would whisper. A Kalish girl with red hair, a Suli girl with burnt caramel skin. It's a risk, said Cass. What job isn't? Cass, how are you and Matthias are going to get in? Asked Nina. We might need you for locks, and if things go bad on the island, I don't want to be stranded. I thought you can pass yourselves off as members of the menagerie. That shouldn't be a problem, said Cass. Elva's been holding out on us. Have you? Asked Inej. It's not... Matthias dragged a hand over his coppered hair. How do you know these things, Demjin? He growled at Cass. Logic. The whole ice court is a masterpiece of failsafes and doubled systems. That glass bridge is impressive, but in an emergency, there would have to be another way to get reinforcements to the White Island and get the royal family out. Yes, said Matthias in exasperation. There is another way to the White Island, but it's messy. He glanced at Nina, and it certainly can't be done in a gown. Hold on, Jesper interrupted. Who cares if you can all get onto the White Island? Let's say Nina sparkles Yubayur's location out of some Fjordan higher up, and you get him back here. We're all trapped. By then, the prison guards will have completed their search and are going to know 6 inmates are out of their sector somehow. Any chance we have of making it through the embassy gates and the checkpoints will be gone. Cass peered past the dome to the embassy's open courtyard and the ring wall gatehouse beyond. Wylan, how hard would it be to disable one of those gates? To get it open? No, to keep it closed. You mean break it? Wylan shrugged. I don't think it would be too difficult. I couldn't see the mechanism when we entered the prison gate, but from the layout, I'm guessing it's pretty standard. Pulleys, cogs, some heavy big screws. Well, yes, and a sizable winch. The cables wrap around like a big spool, and the guards just turn it with some kind of handle or wheel. I know how a winch works. Can you take one apart? I think so. But it's the alarm system the cables are attached to that's complicated. I doubt I could do it right. I'd do it without triggering Black Protocol. Good, said Cass. Then that's what we'll do. Jesper held up a hand. I'm sorry. Isn't Black Protocol the thing we want to avoid at all costs? I do seem to remember something about certain doom, said Nina. Not if we use it against them. Tonight, most of the court security is concentrated on the White Island, and right here at the embassy. When Black Protocol sounds, the glass bridge will shut down, trapping all those guards on the island along with the guests. What about Matthias, this route of the island? Asked Nina. You can't move a major force that way. Matthias conceded, at least not quickly. Cass gazed out at the White Island, head tilted, eyes slightly unfocused. Scheming face, Ines murmured. Jesper nodded. Definitely. She was going to miss that look. 3 gates in the ring wall, Cass said. The prison gate is already locked up tight before because of Yellow Protocol. The embassy gate is a bottleneck crammed with guests. The Fjordans are going to get troops through there. Jesper, that just leaves the gate and the Druskella sector for you and Wyland to handle. Use it to engage Black Protocol, then wreck it. Break it badly enough that any guards who manage to mobilize can't get out to follow us. I'm all for locking the Fjordans in their own fortress, said Jesper. Truly. But how do we get out? Once we trigger Black Protocol, you guys will be trapped on that island, and we'll be trapped in the outer circle. We have no weapons and no demo materials. Cass's grin was as sharp as a razor. Thank goodness we're proper thieves. We're going to do a little shopping. And it's all going on Fjarda's tap. Inej, he said. Let's start with something shiny. Oh. Beside the big glass dome, Cass laid out the details of what he had in mind. If the old plan had been daring, it had at least been built on stealth. The new plan was audacious, maybe even mad. They wouldn't just be announcing their presence to the Fjordans, they'd be trumpeting it. Again, the crew would be separated, and again, they would time their movements to the chiming of the Elder Clock. But now, there would be even less room for error. Inej searched her heart, expecting to find caution there, fear. But all she felt was ready. This wasn't a job she was performing to pay off a debt to Père Haskell. It wasn't a task to be accomplished for Cass or the dregs. She wanted this, the money, the dream it would help to secure. While Cass explained and Jesper used the laundry shears to portion out pieces of rope, Wyland helped Inej and Nina prepare. To pass as members of the menagerie, they would need tattoos. They started with Nina, using one of Cass's lockpicks and copper pyrite Jesper had extracted from the roof. Wyland traced his best imitations of the menagerie feather on Nina's arm, following Inej's description and making corrections as needed. Then, Nina sank the ink into her own flesh. A corporal ink didn't need a tattoo needle. Nina did her best to stomach the scars on Inej's forearm. The work wasn't perfect, but they were short on time, and Nina's calling wasn't as a tailor. Wyland sketched a second peacock feather over Inej's skin. Nina paused. You're sure? Inej took a deep breath. It's war paint, she said, both to Nina and herself. It's my mark to take. It's also temporary, Nina promised. I'll remove it as soon as we're in the harbor. harbor. Ines thought of the Fairland with its cheerful flags and tried to hold that image in her head as she watched the peacock feathers sink into her skin. The finished tattoos wouldn't bear up under any kind of close scrutiny, but hopefully they would do. Finally, they stood. Ines had predicted that the menagerie would arrive late. Tante Helene loved to make an entrance. But they still needed to be in position and ready to move when the time came. And yet, they hesitated. The knowledge that they might never see each other again. That some of them, maybe all of them, might not survive this night hung heavy in the air. A gambler, a convict, a wayward son, a lost Grisha, a Suli girl who had become a killer, and a boy from the barrel who had become something worse. Ines looked at her strange crew. Barefoot and shivering in the soot-stained prison uniforms, their features limed by the golden light of the dome, softened by the mist that hung in the air. What bound them together? Greed? Desperation? Was it just the knowledge that if one or all of them disappeared tonight, no one would come looking? Inesh's mother and father might still shed tears for the daughter they lost, but if Ines died tonight, there would be no one to grieve for the girl she was now. She had no family, no parents or siblings, only people to fight beside. Maybe there was something to be grateful for too. It was Jesper who spoke first. "No mourners," he said with a grin. "No funerals," they replied in unison. Even Matthias muttered the words softly. "If any of you survive, make sure I have an open casket," Jesper said as he hefted 2 slender coils of rope over his shoulder and signaled for Wylan to follow him across the roof. The world deserves a few more moments with this face. Ines was only slightly surprised to see the intensity of the look that passed between Matthias and Nina. Something had changed between them after the battle with the shoe, but Ines couldn't be sure what. Matthias cleared his throat and gave Nina an awkward little bow. "A word?" he asked. Nina returned the bow with considerably more panache and let him lead her way. Ines was glad. She wanted a moment with Cass. "I have something for you," she said as she pulled his leather gloves from the sleeve of her prison tunic. He stared at them. "How? I got them from the discarded clothes before I made the climb." 6 stories in the dark. She nodded. She wasn't going to wait for things, not for the climb or the gloves or anything ever again. He pulled the gloves on slowly, and she watched his pale, vulnerable hands disappear beneath the leather. They were trickster hands, long, graceful fingers made for prying open logs, hiding coins, making things vanish. "When we get back to Caterham, I'm taking my share and I'm leaving the Drex." He looked away. "You should. You were always too good for the barrel." It was time to go. "Saint speak, Cass." Cass snagged her wrist. Nish. His gloved thumb moved over her pulse, traced the top of her feather tattoo. "If we don't make it out, I want you to know." She waited. She felt hope rustling its wings inside her, ready to take flight at the right words from Cass. She willed that hope into stillness. Those words would never come. The heart is an arrow. She reached up and touched his cheek. She thought he might flinch again, even knock her hand away. In nearly 2 years of battling side by side with Cass, of late-night scheming, impossible heists, clandestine errands, and harried meals of fried potatoes and chutzpah gobbled down as they rushed from one place to another. This was the first time she had touched him skin to skin, without the barrier of gloves or coat or shirt sleeve. She let her guard She let her hand cup his cheek. His skin was cool and damp from the rain. He stayed still, but she saw a tremor pass through him, as if he were waging a war with himself. We don't survive this night. I would die unafraid, Cass. Can you say the same? His eyes were nearly black, the pupils dilated. She could see it took every last bit of his terrible will for him to remain still beneath her touch. And yet, he did not pull away. She knew it was the best he could offer. It was not enough. She dropped her hand. He took a deep breath. Cass had said he didn't want her prayers and she wouldn't speak them, but she wished him safe nonetheless. She had her aim now. Her heart had direction. And though it hurt to know that path led away from him, she could endure it. God damn. Inês joined Nina at the edge of the dome to await the arrival of the menagerie. The dome was wide and shallow, all silver filigree and glass. Inês saw there was a mosaic on the floor on the vast rotunda below. It appeared in brief flashes between partygoers. Two wolves chasing each other, destined to move in circles for as long as the ice court stood. The guests entering through the grand archway were being shepherded into rooms off the rotunda in small groups to be searched for weapons. Inês saw guards emerge with little piles of brooches, porcupine quills, even sashes that Inês assumed must contain metal or wire. Don't have to do this, you know, said Nina. You don't have to put those silks on again. I've done worse. I know. You scaled 6 stories of hell for us. That's not what I meant. Nina paused. I know that too. She hesitated. And then said, is the hall so important to you? Inês was surprised to hear what sounded like guilt in Nina's voice. The elder clock began to chime 9 bells. Inês looked down at the wolves chasing each other around the rotunda floor. I'm not sure why I began this, she admitted. But I know why I have to finish. I know why fate brought me here, why it placed me in the path of this prize. She was being vague, but she wasn't yet ready to speak the dream that had ignited in her heart. A crew of her own, a ship under her command, a crusade. It felt like something that was meant to be kept secret, a new seed that might grow to something extraordinary if it wasn't forced to bloom too soon. She didn't even know how to sail, and yet a part of her wanted to tell Nina all of it. If Nina didn't choose to go back to Ravka, a hot runner would be an excellent addition to her crew. They're here, Nina said. The girls of the menagerie entered through the rotunda's door in a wedge formation, their gowns glittering in the candlelight, the hoods of their capes shadowing their faces. Each hood was fashioned to represent an animal. A Zemeni fawn with soft ears and delicate white spots, a Kalish mare with an auburn topknot, a shoe serpent with bearded red scales, a Rafkan fox, a leopard from the southern colonies, a raven, an ermine, and of course, the Suli lynx. The tall blonde girl who played the role of the Fjardan wolf in silvery furs was notably absent. They were met by uniformed female guards. I don't see her, said Nina. Just wait, the peacock will enter last. And sure enough, there she was. Helene von Houten, shimmering in teal satin, an elaborate ruff of peacock feathers framing her golden head. Subtle, said Nina. Subtle doesn't sell in the barrel. Inej gave a high, trilling whistle. Jesper's whistle came back from somewhere in the distance. This is it, Inej thought. She shoved, and... Wait, what? And now, the boulder was rolling down the hill. Who knew what damage it might do, and what might be built on the rubble? Nina squinted down through the glass. She keep from collapsing under the weight of those diamonds. They can't possibly be real. Oh, they're real, said Inej. Those jewels had been purchased with the sweat and blood and sorrow of girls like her. The guards divided the members of the menagerie into 3 groups. While Helene was escorted separately, the peacock would never be expected to turn out her clothes and lift her skirts in front of her girls. Them, Inej said, pointing to the group that included the Suli Lynx and the Kalish mare. They were heading to the doors on the left of the rotunda. As Nina tracked the group with her eyes, Inej moved over the roof, following their trajectory. Which door? She called. Third on the right, Nina said. Inej moved to the nearest air duct and lifted the grate. It would be a tight squeeze for Nina, but they'd manage. She slid down the ventilation duct, crouching and moving along the narrow shaft between rooms. Behind her, she heard a grunt, and then a loud whump as Nina hit the bottom of the shaft like a sack of laundry. Inej winced. Hopefully the noises of the crowd below would lend them cover. Or maybe the ice cord really had really big rats. They crawled along, peering in vents as they went. Finally, they were looking down into some kind of small meeting room that had been commandeered for the purpose of guards searching guests. The exotics had removed their capes and laid them on the long oval table. One of the blonde guards was patting the girls down, feeling along the seams and hems of their costumes, even poking fingers into their hair, while the other guard kept watch with her hand resting on her rifle. She looked ill at ease with the gun. Inej knew Fjordans didn't let women serve in the army in a combat capacity. Maybe the female guards had been conscripted from some other unit. Inej and Nina waited until the guards had finished searching the girls, their capes, and their little beaded purses. Then titter, one of the guards said as they exited the room to let the menagerie girls set themselves to rights. 5 minutes, translated Nina in a whisper. Go, said Inej. I need you to move. Why? Because I need a clear line of sight, and right now all I can see is your ass. Not Inej's ass. Right. Inej wiggled forward so Nina had a better view through the vent. And a moment later, she heard 4 soft thuds as the menagerie girls collapsed on the dark blue carpet. Quickly, she wrenched the grate loose and opened and dropped onto the shiny surface of the table. Nina tumbled down after her, landing in a heap. Sorry, she moaned as she dragged herself up. Inej almost laughed. You're very graceful in battle, just not when you're plummeting. Missed that day in school? They stripped the Suli and Kalish girls down to their underclothes, then bound all the girls' wrists and ankles with cords from the curtains and gagged them with torn pieces of their prison clothes. Clock is ticking, said Inej. Sorry, Nina whispered to the Kalish girl. Inej knew that ordinarily Nina would have used pigments to alter her own hair color, but there simply wasn't time. Nina bled the girl's bright red color directly from the strands of her hair into Nina's own, leaving the poor Kalish with a mop of white waves that looked vaguely rusty in places. And Nina, with that hair that wasn't quite Kalish red. Nina's eyes were green and not blue, but that kind of tailoring couldn't be rushed, so they'd have to do. She took white powder from the girl's beaded bag and did her best to pale her skin. As Nina worked, Inesh dragged the other girls into a tall silverwood cabinet on the far wall, arranging their limbs so that there would be room for the Kalish. She felt a stab of guilt as she made the Suli girl's gag, she made sure the Suli girl's gag was secure. Tante Helene must have bought her to replace Inesh. She had the same bronze skin, the same thick sheath of dark hair. She was built differently though, soft and curving instead of lean and angular. Maybe she'd come to Tante Helene of her own free will. Maybe she'd chosen his life. Inesh hoped that was true. Saints protect you, Inesh whispered to the unconscious girl. A rap came at the door and a voice spoke in Fjordan. They need the room for the next girls, Nina whispered. Inesh and Nina shoved the Kalish into the cupboard and managed to get the doors closed and locked, then yanked on their costumes. Inesh was glad she didn't have to dwell on the unwelcome familiarity of the silks on her skin, the horrible tinkling of the bells on her anklets. They swept on their capes and took a quick glance in the mirror. Neither of the costumes fit properly. Inesh's purple silks were far too loose, and as for Nina, what the hell is this supposed to be? She said, looking down at herself. The plunging gown barely covered her substantial cleavage and clung tightly onto her to her buttocks. It had been wrought to look like blue-green scales, giving way to a shimmering chiffon fan. Maybe a mermaid? Suggested Inesh. Or a wave? Thought it was a horse. Well, they aren't going to put you in a dress of hoofs. Nina smoothed her hands over the ridiculous costume. I'm about to be very popular. I wonder what Matthias would have to say about that outfit. He wouldn't approve. He doesn't approve of anything about you. But when you laugh, he perks up like a tulip in fresh water. Nina snorted. Matthias the tulip. The big, brooding, yellow tulip. Are you ready? Nina asked as they pulled their hoods far down over their faces. Yes, Inesh said, and she meant it. We need a distraction. They're going to notice 4 girls went in and only 2 are coming out. Leave it to me, and watch your hem. As soon as they opened the door to the hallway, the guards were waving them over impatiently. Beneath her cape, Nina flicked her fingers hard. One of the guards bleated as her nose began to gush blood down the front of her uniform in absurdly forceful gouts. The other guard recoiled, but in the next instant she clutched her stomach. Nina was twisting her wrist in a roiling motion, sending waves of nausea through the woman's system. Your hem, Nina repeated calmly. Inesh barely had time to gather up her cape before the guard bent double and heaved her dinner over the tiled floor. The guests in the hallway shrieked and shoved at each other, trying to get away from the mess. Nina and Inesh sailed by, emitting appropriate squeals of disgust. Nusby probably would have done the trick, whispered Inesh. Best to be thorough. If I didn't know any better, I think you'd like making Fjordan suffer. They kept their heads down and entered the swell of people filling the rotunda, ignoring the Zemeni fawn who tried to direct them to the other side of the room. It was essential that they not get too close to any of the Rio Menagerie girls. Inesh only wished the cloaks weren't so easy to track through a crowd. This one, said Inesh, steering Nina into a line far from the other members of the menagerie. It seemed to be moving a bit faster, but when they reached the front of the line, Inesh wondered if she'd chosen poorly. This guard seemed even more stern-faced and humorless than the others. He held his hand out for Nina's papers and scrutinized them with cold blue eyes. This description says you have freckles, he said in courage. I do, said Nina smoothly. They're just not visible right now. Want to see? No, the Fjordan said icily. You're taller than described here. Boots, Nina said. I like to be able to look a man in the eye. You have very pretty eyes. He looked at the paper, then took in her ensemble. You're heavier than it says on the paper, I'll wager. She shrugged artfully, the scales of her necklace slipping lower. I like to eat when I'm in the mood, she said, puckering her lips shamelessly. And I'm always in the mood. Inesh struggled to keep a straight face. If Nina resorted to eyelash batting, she knew she could lose the fight and burst out laughing. But the Fjordan seemed to be eating it up. Maybe Nina had a stupefied effect on all stalwart northerners. Move along, he said gruffly, and then added, I may be at the party later. Nina ran a finger down his arm. I'll save you a dance. He grinned like a fool and then cleared his throat, and his stern expression fell back into place. Saints, Inesh thought. It must be exhausting to be so stolid all the time. He glanced curiously at Inesh's paper, his mind still clearly on the prospect of unwrapping Nina's layers of blue-green chiffon. He waved her past, but as Inesh stepped forward, she stumbled. Wait, said the guard. She stopped. Nina looked back over her shoulder. What's wrong with your shoes? Just a bit big, said Inesh. They're stretched more than expected. Show me your arms, the guard said. Why? Just do it, the guard said harshly. Inesh pulled her arms free of the cloak and held them out, displaying the lumpy peacock feather tattoo. A guard in captain's stripes wandered over. What is it? She's Suli for sure, but she has the menagerie tattoo. But it doesn't look quite right. Inesh shrugged. I got a bad burn as a child. The captain gestured to a group of annoyed-looking partygoers gathered near the entry and surrounded by guards. Anyone suspicious goes over there. Put her with them, and we'll take her back to the checkpoint to have her papers reviewed. I missed the party, said Inesh. The guard ignored her, seizing her arm and pulling her back toward the entry as the other people in line stared and whispered. Her heart began to pound. Nina's face was frightened, pale even beneath her powder, but there was nothing Inesh could say to reassure her. She gave her the briefest nod. Go, she thought silently. It's up to you now. Okay. I'm really feeling myself getting worse and worse at reading and my focus losing, so I think this is a good spot to end for today. Ooh. Okay, I'm fine. But, wow. I'm here all the time, by the way. All good ways. Oh my god. What a fucking book. That was crazy. I love it. Oh man. Oh. It's such a good book. I'm really curious now because like I knew like shit's gonna go down, but I didn't know shit's gonna go down like that, because like goddamn. So they're basically locked in right now, or like, well, they still have a plan. Seek an employment in audiobook reading. Nah, I'm good. Like they're obviously they still have a plan, but now being separated again and everything, and especially the way now with Inej and Nina. Oh my god. That is so bad. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm scared. But we have to wait for that for next week. And yeah. Let me check something real quick. Slothie already knows this book, right? Yeah, she does. God, she's been gone for like 3 hours. I hope she's okay. No, I'm sure she's just taking a break now as well, because she had to do the grocery shopping, but I don't think the grocery shopping would have taken that long. So I really hope she's okay. Yeah, Slothie was the one that recommended the book as well. She's cooking something. I think she mentioned that. Yeah, she was mentioning like going grocery shopping, so maybe she's making food and everything now as well. But the grocery store is like across her place from what I remember. Which something like it's close by. She did mention it was like snowing and raining, so it can be slippery, so I just really hope nothing bad happened. I don't think it did, but you know, there's always a little bit of that concern. But I'm sure she's fine. All right. Now what I wanted to do is there was a video I wanted to watch, which was about anime and stuff. So let's see. There we go. Because so there's this YouTuber I watch, and he does like usually like seasonal roundups as well of like the anime that he watched this season and like what he thinks of them and all that. But every year also he makes like a list of his like top anime of the year. And he recently released that for like 2024, and I haven't watched that yet because I wanted to watch it with you guys. So we'll be doing that now. Let me just quickly go to different category and change the title. Just chilling and hanging out with you guys. Smiley face. There we go. All right. So let me see if I can find the video again real quick. Like, as someone, like, especially looking at the thumbnail, there's like at least half of the shows on there that I've watched myself, and I'm really curious of what his list is. As some, like I said, as somebody who has watched like a fair amount, but not like crazy amounts of anime this season, like this last year.